echo. Good. All right.
Whoever is in the waiting room is now in, including members of the public. So
Okay, great.
sounds like audio is okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. YouTube has started, so let me hit the record here. All right. Thanks, everyone. The public, we were having some audio problems, having some feedback and echo. So apologies for the delay, but I think we've got it sorted out now. I'm not hearing the echo, so hopefully it'll stay that way. We are broadcasting live on the ER9 YouTube channel and recording on Zoom Cloud for the record. And it looks like we've got all board members here. I think we have quorum. Just do a quick look through for everybody. I don't see Gwen. I think we have everybody but Gwen, it looks like. Okay. All right. So we've got quorum. So we'll go ahead and I'll call the meeting to order for the Region 9 regular board meeting. I'll call to order at 7:37 p.m. And our first order of business is the approval of the minutes from the December 15th, 2020 Region 9 Board of Ed regular meeting. Motion?
So moved.
Mike?
Second, Karen.
Karen, thank you. All right, any discussion, changes to the minutes? Wait a minute just to look over them. All right, seeing none, then we'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Looks like it's unanimous, 7-0. So, and no abstains, correct? All right. And then we'll move on to the next item, number 3 on the agenda, student comment. I don't know, looking to see if Max made it on. I don't see Max on unless he's logged in under somebody else's ID. All right. We'll move forward with that, and if Max joins, go back. Okay. And Gwen was having trouble getting in. She just sent me a message. So, if somebody email Gwen the link again from the board?
You know what it was? The link was a little bit tricky this time. When you clicked on it, it didn't go through. Yeah, I had to like try a bunch of different things.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. Hopefully Gwen will be able to get in here. All right, so next item then is public comment, item 4 on the agenda. We do have several members of the public on, so if you can either wave or use the hand symbol so we can identify you. Please make your comments around 2 minutes or less. And if you can identify yourself, name and address before we start, that'd be appreciated so we can get it captured for the records. And we'll go ahead and start. And if board members can help me look across the tiles here for anybody. Does anybody from the public like to speak? Gwen, welcome. For the record, Gwen has joined.
I think that was on my end, sorry.
No worries.
I had to get a kid.
Having some technical problems this evening, so.
I don't see anyone's hands raised.
All right, I don't either. So anyone else from public, any comments? Let's see, Drew Luca. All right, Drew, you should be unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi there. Hey, so it's Drew and Mary Ellen Luca from Fire Hill in Reading, Connecticut. First of all, Happy New Year. Thanks for everything in the last year, and hopefully this year is better than last was. less eventful. So the piece that I wanted to bring up today was around just speaking more generally as opposed to specific instance, although I think we've got some examples of specific instances recently. Our teachers should not be expressing their own opinions about politics, religion, preferences of any kind to our students. That's not what we pay them for. It's not what we have them here for. We have them here to teach our children how to gather facts, analyze facts, decide whether the facts are facts or fiction, and then form an opinion on their own versus their own biases being brought to our children. And I think there's some specific cases, particularly around the faculty member who teaches the Mad Men class, but there are other instances that sit out there. So I would, I know we've had a discussion with the superintendent about this already, but I would ask that the board spend some time discussing with the various principals and the faculty members that participate what their real role is in the education of our children. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Drew. I thought I saw another hand, but maybe it went down. All right, anyone else from the public?
I thought I saw another hand, Todd.
Yeah, I did as well, but I don't see it right
Yeah,
now.
I don't see it up presently.
Okay, all right. Seeing no other members from the public, we'll go ahead and move on then. There is another section for public comment later. So we'll move on to item 5, board member comment. Any member of the board want to comment before we get into the administrative reports? All right, seeing none, then we'll move on to item 6, reports. First item, administrative reports, and superintendent's report. So, Riddell.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to keep my comments brief. We have a very full agenda, and I'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more later in the agenda in relationship to the all-in model. I just wanted to take a moment and to just express my appreciation for our students. Last week, I had an opportunity to meet with a group of our high school students and talk about our instructional model, the decisions about going all in or staying in hybrid or being remote. And it was really just such a good conversation with our students and a real reminder of their ability to think critically about decision-making, to ask informed questions, and to be a part of the work moving forward. And so it was just a reminder to me of just the skills that our teachers are building in our students and our families are cultivating with our students at home, and just something that I'm really proud of. Typically, we get to hear from Max, and so that's always a nice reminder. And so in his absence, this is a nice reminder to just lift that out. And so I wanted to just take a moment and say my sincere appreciation to those students. Also, just wanted to take an opportunity, given that this is our first meeting back from the new year, to say Happy New Year to all of our board members and people who are watching, and just to express again my appreciation to our staff. The last few weeks coming back from the break, there have been some challenging opportunities for our staff to deal with, and it's a tough thing when history is happening right in front of you. And one of the other boards, we had a board member who expressed just her story of when she was first teaching. Her first Tuesday as a teacher was the Columbine disaster, and just how difficult it is to be in that moment and to try to figure out the best way to respond. And so I just want to say an appreciation to our staff in having some difficult conversations and engaging our students in some real meaningful discourse. Also, with that, I wanted to just take a moment and express my appreciation to Mr. Luca for bringing the concern forward. And as he mentioned, we did have a good conversation, and I've had some great follow-up discussions with Dr. Penn and with all of our principals to make sure that we're supporting our students in the right way as we are engaging them in some really unique discussions. And that's all I have, and look forward to talking with you a little bit later about some of our decision making around COVID.
Great, thank you. Next up, Dr. Pearson, you go, Stephanie.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My report this month focuses on a planned change in the Easton and Reading schools for next year. And that change has to do with the core textbook resource that will be used at the elementary schools. Anytime a change of this nature is made, I just think it's important for all three boards to be well aware in it. At this point, Reading has accepted this change, and it's on the agenda for the next Easton meeting. I would say the change that they are making in terms of the core textbook resource is not on the same level as the change that was made 6 years ago. And most of that has to do with the fact that the last change 6 years ago was the first time the core resource included the Common Core State standards. And that is well behind us. And so while this will certainly mean a transition for our students, for our teachers, for our families, I do not expect the same sort of difficulty in that transition as we encountered last time around. And this is relevant for the high school really because this change will trickle up to the high school certainly. In the middle schools, grades 6 through 8, we'll be making some changes to their supplemental resources, but they are not making a recommendation to change the core textbook at this time. The algebra course in 8th grade will remain mostly unchanged, no major changes, and we will continue to have close conversations between 8th grade math teachers, 9th grade math teachers, including math leadership and administration, so that that transition is as smooth as possible.
All right, great. Thank you. Karen, did you have a question?
Well, I just was going to ask her at the beginning because she hadn't mentioned which textbook it was being changed, but I gather it's math when she mentioned algebra. So
yes. So it is math. Currently in
when you were talking, I was like, well, which textbook?
The core resource K through 5 is currently Math in Focus, and they are recommending a change to a program called Envision. And while I'm saying textbook, this change actually does not go hand in hand with an actual hardcover textbook that the students will bring back and forth with them from home. There's a consumable and then a fairly well integrated technology platform. So we think this will be a move forward in terms of our efforts to differentiate instruction and also provide additional support when students are not in school with paper materials.
And I have a follow-up question as well. Perhaps you alluded to this and I missed it, so apologies. At the end of the report indicates that there's just more work on the transition, or which I know normally happens. Is there anything different that we anticipate for the incoming 9th graders?
The communications always occur. I think this year continues to have some unknowns. So we are monitoring student progress very carefully, and certainly as teachers are making recommendations for 8th to 9th grade courses, we want to be sure that those choices are sound and that our students are not either under-challenged or over-challenged. So I think that that's always on our radar. It's always a concern, but I think this year more than ever, we are just aware of the fact that in some cases our students have not been in school in person at all. And we just want to be sure that our assessments and our recommendations are as valid as they can be.
No sense on how many overrides might be requested by some of the families as perhaps may have been in the past? I guess that's part of the process, right?
Yeah, it's really part of the process. We'll have a much better sense of it closer to the end of the year.
Okay, thanks.
Mike, was that your hand going up? Okay, sorry.
So
couldn't tell, it was fast.
so thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate, you know, the information on the change, and I also feel much better knowing that we don't anticipate the type of challenges that we faced when we switched textbooks in math the last time. My question is more, so the last time was challenging because it did start to include you know, the Common Core content as part of it, but there was also challenges, I think, because not just what you know, what we were teaching, but kind of how we were teaching it. And so I'm wondering whether this change has a similar you know, change in the way that we're teaching, rather than just, you know, a content change. And if we do, you know, I guess you said you don't anticipate there being the same type of hurdles that we had the last time, but can you kind of detail a little bit whether the philosophies and the teaching strategies align with this text, with what we're currently doing, rather than a change to the math program?
Yeah, thank you. It's a terrific question. And actually, there are two different relevant points here. The first is the one you first made, which has to do with the change to the Common Core. So the change to the Common Core standards was significant, moving away from the Connecticut framework for mathematics to the Common Core mathematics standard was significant in many ways. And it meant that in some cases, the standards were so much higher that it created an uneven type of transition. So we want each grade to flow as smoothly as it can from one to the next. But when we made the change in the Common Core, content-wise, it meant that for some grades, in 7th grade is about a year and a half of instruction. For some grades, the students and the teachers needed to adjust to that significant a change just in terms of content expectations. On top of that, as you alluded to, a change was made in the instructional approach significantly at the middle school, where more group work was introduced, and the algebra program from the state was also introduced. The algebra program from the state also was a departure from a more traditional textbook approach. And so it was a big change for the students. That was many, many years ago. And so since then, while we still use the pacing from the state, the instructional approach has been modified so that the students, I would say it's a more balanced approach, so that there is certainly a good amount of direct instruction from the teacher, and also some time for the students to do collaborative work. The resources that we are using K-8 currently, and those that we plan to use next year, are really resting on the same philosophy of how students develop a conceptual understanding of mathematical concepts. It is not a departure in terms of approach or in terms of content expectations. And so for those reasons, I really do not expect the students to have the same type of difficulty, or the parents to have the same type of difficulty. Reserving some judgment here, because of course, until we do it, we certainly can't know for sure. But I am not anticipating, and I remember very well exactly what you're talking about. I am not anticipating that type of change that was really a change in so many different areas all happening at once.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, great. Thank you, Stephanie. We'll move on to Director of Finance and Operations report, Clarence.
I'm going to defer to Rydell. He has something he wants to share first.
Okay.
So, Todd, just before we move on to Clarence, I realized that I left off one very important piece of my superintendent report, and that is that last week I received written notification from our head of school and assistant superintendent, Dr. Penn, notifying me that she has made the decision, the very tough decision, to retire effective June 30th, 2021. And so I wanted to, we've had several conversations about it, and I, on behalf of the board, have officially accepted her retirement notification and her resignation, but just wanted to take an opportunity, and I'm sure we'll have many times between now and June to just say how much I've enjoyed working with Dr. Penn and how much I appreciate her leadership and the work that she's doing at Joel Barlow. And these will be very big shoes to fill. The good news is that in the work with our joint negotiating committee, we have been working on a process, a hiring process that the good news is that we'll have an opportunity to test it out in the next few months. But just want to say to Gina how much I appreciate you and the work that you've been doing. And she has indicated that she is not lame, nor is she a duck. And so that she will be very much committed to working diligently between now and June 30th, while also building capacity with the rest of her team that she works with on a daily basis. So I apologize for leaving that off, and just wanted to circle back and add that one piece.
Thank you for sharing that. And Gina, we won't start we'll miss you and all that because we have plenty of time, plenty of more meetings. we'll get to that later, and got a lot still to do the rest of the year. But thank you for sharing that with us, Dr. Harrison. All right, so we'll go to Clarence now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, we'll talk about the health insurance analysis report that was sent out. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to add that to the screen if people want to see it. I'll be very brief about it. Short and sweet. It was a good month for us health insurance wise in Region 9. We had claims of just under 125,000. Just to give you a comparison, the Reading and Easton claims were both above 300,000. So as a sort of benchmark comparison, Region 9 did very well. We seem to be tracking very well from the beginning of the fiscal year in July, so not a lot of concerns there. We do have our health insurance consultants coming in for the tri-board meeting to help us determine what kind of budgeting we should do for our medical and our health plan for this upcoming budget. So that will be happening at the tri-board meeting, which should be very beneficial to us to determine what the proper reserves are. You will note that we did not send you all a budget object summary, and I'll tell you why. We shared it with the Easton and Reading boards, and we're in the middle of our conversion, and it's causing some confusion. So I didn't send it out. I can share it now, but basically we're sort of half living in two worlds right now. The report we have is from the Phoenix, which we stopped entering things in December. So you'll see a lot of encumbrances aren't there. So Mr. Chairman, if you want, I can share that, but it is somewhat confusing in that there are a lot of zeros on it. So we ended up taking a lot of board time discussing it in Easton and Reading. So I can share it out to the board members, or I can share it on my screen now if you want to talk to it. But everything seems to be going along as we expect. There's no areas of concern, just that the report looks sort of wonky given that we're living in two different systems right now. We won't be fully into eFinance Plus until the January report, which we'll be offering in February.
Okay. And I'll just put that to the board members. Does anyone want to see that report, or we'll send it around? I don't think it was in the pack of materials. And I do have the insurance analysis. If anybody wants to see that, I can pull that up.
I just have one question from a systems perspective. It sounds like it's okay, but so we stopped entering the data into Phoenix in December. So, but does it look like the data is rolling correctly into Phoenix? It's just the report formatting is weird.
No, what it is, Cheryl, is that we stopped adding encumbrances and requisitions in Phoenix to go live on January 1. So this report is coming out of Phoenix. So you won't have the stuff we've entered eFinance yet because we just went live there basically on the 4th of January. So when we get to February, you'll have the January report, which will have all the stuff that we're sort of that transition phase. So this report is coming straight out of Phoenix, which doesn't have the stuff we were holding off and putting in eFinance. So that's why I said it'll look sort of wonky, because you'll say, well, where are all the encumbrances? And in our previous two district meetings, we had a lot of discussion about having explained that transition. So instead of giving the full agenda, I didn't want to have to go through all that explanation. So like I say, we're comfortable where we are financially. It will, in the next meeting, we'll have the January report out of eFinance, and it'll all work itself out. Right now, like I said, we're living in two different systems.
Okay. Thanks.
Mike, I think I saw your hand. Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
So my only question would be, again, we can see the report, I think, next month. I'm fine with that, as long as Mr. Zachary is confident that everything is, going along okay. My concern relates to, we received projections at the start of the school year of potential costs related to PPEs and other health and safety changes that we would have, or modifications we were going to do, which I think it was something like 259,000 or something to that effect. I'm not like Todd. I don't have 6 screens here, so I only have one. I can't pull it up right now, but so it was something along there, 209, 259, something like that, $1,000, which at the time the finance director felt confident that we would be able to absorb without it having without having impact on our budget. And so my concern just relates to, and again, concern might be the wrong choice of words. I guess what I would ask is that maybe you take a deep dive into that at some point and kind of take a look at it and just make sure that we're not going to find ourselves in a spot where, as we get towards the end of the year, it's like, we are going to be close, or, it seems like our health insurance claims are riding good right now, but, knocking on the wooden desk here, things can change quickly. And so, just making sure that we're keeping that in mind and that we have our eye on that, because it's not in the budget. It's not in the numbers that we're looking at. And so, that's additional expenditures that's coming out of the original budget. So just if you could kind of track that for us, that would be helpful.
Sure. Mr. Atkinson, we're keeping a close eye on that. We're mindful of the fact that we are getting reimbursement from the state for COVID-related costs, and there was a new allocation that was just announced about a week or two ago. So I feel pretty comfortable, even if we do have expenses with the reimbursements from the state, we're pretty much covering. It's sort of a plus minus. Certain things we're spending more on in certain accounts, we're spending less in other accounts. So it's sort of, we're just watching the balancing effect and make sure we can get to the finish line of June 30th in the black, so to speak. So I feel comfortable with that, particularly with the backstop of having the reimbursements from the state. Now that we have a new line that they've just announced about 400-something million, I think they announced. Obviously, we wouldn't get a line share that given our socioeconomic position, but we would get some additional funds with that second round of funding.
Right. That's what I was going to ask you. I saw the number, 400 and something million. And I said, do we get like $40, or do we get like 40,000, or do we get 400, but any sense of whether it, again, if we're spending, 200,000+ on PPEs, do you think the reimbursement between the 2 rounds that we have and will receive will be a close offset, or it's just enough that it keeps us from having to worry about that?
I think it's somewhere between the majority offset and not have to worry. It's not going to be 100%, but it could be anywhere from 60 to 80%, which gives us in a comfort level, particularly given we haven't spent. Like, think about particularly Joe Barlow. We haven't had any athletics this year, so all those funds for athletics weren't used because unfortunately kids couldn't participate. So we'll find ways to balance it out. If we'll get a better idea, I think, late February of where we stand, and then we can sort of have enough time to redirect if necessary.
Right. I would imagine we're saving a lot with transportation.
Correct.
But, okay, thank you very much.
That's all
Okay,
I have,
so-
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so just to recap, so so in our February meeting, we'll see something out of the new finance system with January numbers, and then end of February. So if we can have it for the meeting, that would be great. If not, it'll be a March item to see how we're truing up against the additional over-unders for COVID spending.
Okay,
That would be helpful. Thank you. Just to kind of do a mid-year checkpoint to see how we're doing. As I saw in our agenda later, we've got a couple other items it looks like we're going to look to spend on. So that would be helpful to get that picture.
understood.
I do have two other questions. I didn't see a transfer report in our
No
packet,
transfers.
so no
occurred.
transfers to
No
approve.
transfers occur. We were trying to cut down activity given we were transitioning systems. So
All right, appreciate that. And then the other question I had was in regards to the final costs for the flooding fix. I think in our last meeting, the minutes we had, it was around 20K. I don't know if we got to a final point on that, and if just for, you know,
I'm not sure if we got a final invoice. Walter, we got anything final on that yet?
We have not. We had a couple of coils that broke due to freezing from that. So we're just waiting for all the numbers to come in. I'll
okay, are
follow
we
up with
still in
Mike.
the same? Are we still in the same range, or because I think it was kind of an estimate last time we met?
We're probably going to be higher than that, but I don't know exactly what. I'll follow up with my contractors to see how quickly I can get them to invoice us for the additional work.
Okay, yeah, that would be appreciated again, so we can see where that comes in.
Absolutely.
As we're trying to tie everything up here in mid-year. All right, those were the only other questions. Any of the board members have questions for Mr. Zachary? All right,
Thank you, sir.
and then we'll move on. Thank you. So building administrator report, Dr. Pinn, Gina.
I have a couple of different sections of this report, and I thought maybe what I'll do is cover one, and if there's any questions, and then move on just to kind of keep us moving forward, but also make sure that I've answered your questions as we go through. Max is not here, but I did want to point the board to the noteworthy news, which highlights a lot of the accomplishments of our students. One in particular, Alexandra Pompescu, and just a big shout out to her. She is one of the top 300 people that were awarded a scholarship from Regeneron. It's a student talent search, and her project is incredible. The work our students are generating, we should all feel just take such pride in that. She receives $2,000, and $2,000 goes back into our science research program to fund other student research. And so it's a wonderful program. And the other, just to highlight, are all of our club activities. Again, just our students are exceptional. They are making clubs work, whether it's virtual chess or our online debate, or math teams. So do take a moment and take a look at that. Even the Western Regionals, that music festival has all moved virtual now. So gives our students some access to great workshops, and I'm not sure how the competition is going to go when and what that will look like, but we're slowly getting back to our normal, what Barlow is all about, these rich activities that we have. Today was our first opening day of our winter sports. So we've got our sports teams coming back to, many safety protocols, and some teams not able to participate and join in a regular season. But we're excited to welcome a little of that normalcy. In fact, even as I was leaving school today, just to see the students coming back in for practices, and just brings that life to the school that we've been missing. So we're excited about that. So let me jump into the administrative report. And the first section of the report was really an update on our cohorts. We call them cohorts, but as you've heard many times before, we don't really cohort at the high school because we can't keep all the 9th graders in one class and the 10th graders in another. And so that, but we're calling them cohorts in our Power School, they're noted as tracks in our school. So in our track A or cohort A, I just wanted to update some numbers. I provided the report that's available online that had data accurate as of January 13th, but we've had a shift of almost 40 students that have now entered cohort C. And I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. Cohort C is our group of students that are fully remote. Our fully in-person cohort, that's cohort D, only rose by 2 students. And so if you're looking at these numbers, thank you, Todd. If you're looking at these numbers, I can update them for you. So with the growing of cohort C, our cohorts A and B are slightly reduced. So we have cohort A is now at 238 students. Cohort B is at 240. The real story is that cohort C, which is now up to 240 students, and our cohort D is about 110. I did some analysis on our cohorts, and what we're finding is the students that are moving into cohort C tend to be more of our upper class students, our juniors and our seniors. We have about 33% of our junior class and 36% of our senior class that have opted into cohort C. Now, as you'll recall, parents can make that decision to opt into cohort C and then opt back into cohort A or B, depending on their alpha. What we've been receiving recently are students who are opting into cohort C just to finish the semester. I think that was a successful option when we were in a full distant learning model between Thanksgiving and the holiday break. Coming back, some students came back, they stayed a few days and then opted into cohort C. They've indicated that they may be coming back in the second semester. And so we'll wait and see if that happens. I was speaking with Dr. Harrison, and we're even thinking about some kind of poll or something that gives us an understanding of what student and parent intentions are in remaining in that cohort. We are still working toward an all-in model. I won't get into that too much because I think Dr. Harrison will be speaking to that in a board agenda item. Any questions I could answer about our cohort and our tracking those cohorts for the board?
Looks like Maureen. No, okay.
I was just fixing the light so I could.
Oh, sorry. Karen.
Question. So academically, have you noticed a big difference in students who are doing, fully remote? Like as far as grades and their work and things like that?
We haven't. We have students that struggle in each model. There are some students that are with us in hybrid and they're struggling. So the cohort D tends to be our option, and we strongly encourage that. If students are really struggling, they meet with their counselor, their administrator, and they can opt into that cohort D, which is every day in person. Even then, students are struggling. There's, as you'll see in the next area, there are needs that students have, and they're very complex. And it's not that, oh, if we put everyone into cohort C, all our academic problems will be solved. Some students are doing incredibly well in a full remote learning model. Some of those students are in our upper class students, seniors, sometimes high level courses where they are more self-directed and they appreciate that kind of independence. But there's not a pattern. We are focusing on every student's academic performance, looking at their grades, offering many different tiers and levels of support to make sure that in the next couple of weeks at the end of this semester, we're getting students caught up and we're getting a plan for them to make up credit if that's what they're going to need to do.
Jenny, could you go over the numbers one more time? Because I think you were reading off some more updated ones than I think our pack had a week old number in there. Could you hit the cohorts again?
Probably if I read you this tomorrow, it would
Yeah,
change.
it's probably,
a
yeah,
little
a
bit too,
different
right?
set tomorrow.
But
Yep.
as of today, we had 238 in cohort A, 240 in cohort B, and 240 in cohort C, and 110 in cohort D. And then you could see the math on that column. If you add A plus D, you get 348 students who are in person on Mondays and Tuesdays and remote on Thursdays and Fridays. If you look at that next column of cohort B and you add B and D together, you get 350 students. And that's how many students are with us in person on Thursday and Friday and every other Wednesday.
Okay. So it appears then people have moved out of cohort A and B into cohort C, into the fully remote.
Correct.
And in the last week or so since the data that we were shared.
5 days, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And is cohort D, I think that's grown significantly. We're up to 110 in cohort D.
Correct.
And is that still manageable? I know at one point we had talked about trying to, cap that so we don't have as many people in that cohort.
Right. And our real indicator is when we first were presenting this model, we used a metric of cohort D can't ever be as high as cohort C. So we were trying to keep those level, and you could see that it's half. So we have double the amount of students opting to learn remotely than we do opting to learn every day. So we do have room in cohort D. We are still making those decisions carefully with our parents and our administrators. We have gotten some requests, some not many since the 13th, just a few more. And we'll see how that works going into the second semester. And our second semester begins on February 1st.
Okay. I think, no, Mike. Sorry, I saw the hand pop up.
I could just jump right in, but I like to raise my.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Just have to find you on the panel.
Okay, so first of all, this is great, looking at noteworthy news and all the accolades of our students. And looks like debate is back. We had a couple of first place finishes, Ben Fliegelman, Graham Litz. Looks like, we're starting to get back in the swing of things in debate, which is great. But I did want to address this, the grant. It sounded to me like we're getting $2,000 for the school as well, in addition to the recognition that Alexandra is going to receive. And so my question would be, being that that is not a state grant or funded, isn't that like the Weller grant? Don't we need to make a motion to accept that grant?
You know the policy better than anyone, Mike, right? It's not a grant per se, it was a contest. And so the student won the contest, and part of that prize is a $2,000 prize for her, and then $2,000 back to the school. So it's not a grant that we applied for. It's a grant that the student, it's not a grant, it's a scholarship the student won. So I leave it to the board. We can.
Well, again, I think it's revenue, it's money coming in that was not, I don't know. I would defer to Mr. Zachary. He's our authority. Let's, I kind of feel like we probably should, but I don't know. I would defer to Mr. Zachary.
I would view it as an award and not a grant. So I think it was one of those things that is an award to the school, that the school administration would have discretion how they want to use it to enhance the school. Because in a grant, you've applied for it, it's competitive. This is all based on the students' individual efforts. I had this in a previous district where a young lady won the Google Doodle contest. We had the same thing. She got a certain amount of money. The school got the money, and the school principal and leadership of school decide how they're going to apply it to benefit the district. Because once again, it's based on that individual's effort, not anything the school or district did. It's all based on that student's effort.
Correct. No, that's fine. I just, again, we don't do anything when a parent donates a violin and we vote to accept it. So that's the only reason I say, you know, but if you're comfortable, that's fine.
Just Dr. Penn just needs to memorialize what the plan is for the money and having the record. So if there's probably send a thank you to the institution that awarded it, and I think you'll be good.
Yeah, maybe we could have that as an update where the money would go. That would be helpful, I think.
And I can tell you right now, it's going back into the science research that helped fund Alexandra's work and the science research work. And so.
Good, quite appropriate. Good, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the second piece of the report is about meeting the needs of students. And this was an invitation, and I'm very grateful to the board for this opportunity to look at what the needs of our students are, and if there's something we can do to meet those needs now. So I've been in contact with Mr. Zachary, and we have two things that we would like to discuss in, they both involve transfers because it's not something that we planned in our budget to do. So let me go through both of them, and then we can speak about if you need more details or other questions you might have. So the first is to meet the academic needs of students. And as the board knows, and members of the public can recall, we used to have an academic center at Barlow, and the academic center was staffed by a full-time para, and then teachers moved in and out of the academic center and provided tutoring and organization and extra help for students. We then changed that model, and thanks to Jen Damaris and her yearly Sudoku puzzle, she assigned teachers to the library as part of their administrative responsibilities, and we kind of moved the academic center to the library. So students who needed help, they were able to access a teacher. We had a STEM teacher and a humanities teacher every period, and that model worked well. So the help was always available to students, and they would seek out their teacher. Enter this year of COVID and the pandemic, and we were directed by the state to have certain supervisory duties that we didn't normally have. So we normally did not have hall monitors that had to monitor and make sure that only one student or two students, depending on the size of a restroom, they were entering the restroom, that students weren't lingering in hallways. So our teaching staff, instead of being in an academic center or in the library accessing help, they're now on hall duty. What we thought we can do, and what you'll see in this write-up, is if we could get a supervisory substitute at $100 a day plus the FICA, it's a total of $9,688.50 for the remainder of the year. We could then use that supervisory substitute to take those duty periods in hallways, thus freeing up a teacher to have a duty period in an academic center. We've experimented a little bit with this. We had actually ran a virtual, and we're still running a virtual academic center. So when we were in a full distance learning model, we knew we had students struggling, and we opened up a Zoom classroom or a Zoom link, and students came into that link, into that classroom. They were met there by, we just reassigned a para, Kim Wallace, who did an incredible job with that. She was then able to invite different teachers who came in, kind of like a virtual duty period. They took the students and went into breakout rooms, helped catch them up or organize them, give them tutoring if they needed it, maybe directing them to our math center or the writing center if that's where they needed to go, and just give that extra help. Very difficult to do virtually, but we are plugging along with it. If we can have a supervisory person to relieve some teachers of their hall duty in order to give them a different duty, we think we can run a part virtual and part in-person academic service for students. So that's the first ask. The second ask is looking at the social and emotional needs of students, and they are growing, and we don't know what they all are even now, but we know our students and many of our families are struggling. Looking at our budget preparation for next year, we actually have this line item in our budget for next year. And we said, well, if the opportunity was there to what do you need this year to help students along, we looked at accelerating that timeline, and instead of beginning this initiative next year, starting it right now, or as soon as we can work with Mr. Zachary and the board approves or pre-approves fund transfers. This is a bigger ticket item. We don't have it all priced out because we haven't moved forward with this. But this involves dialectical behavior techniques, which kind of adopted for schools. And what it does is it is working with the cognitive and behavioral consultative services. So if any member of the board, and I think there were a few of you in the beginning of this year, we invited Dr. Alicia Dad to speak to, she spoke to parents, she spoke to the staff of Barlow, and she did an evening parent meeting. And spoke about what are those skills, what techniques can parents do, what can students do to help them with the stress and the trauma that they're experiencing as a result of this pandemic. The relationship we would look to enter with the cognitive behavior consultant team is they would come in and do a more detailed presentation than Dr. Dad did. With any staff member who would like to have those tools under their belt. We would then work exclusively, or they would work exclusively with our counseling department, maybe members of our special education department, and start to build their toolbox of skills. So we know it's more effective to work with students in groups instead of one-on-one. It allows us to service more students that way, and they actually will help educate our counselors, our teachers. How do we start these conversations? What tools can we give to students, and help them academically by helping them get their emotions heard and validated, and what tools can they do. So things like, you've heard of these terms before, right? Executive functioning, prioritizing, and so that's what we're looking to do. Like I said, that is something that we plan on putting in the budget for next year. If this moves forward, we obviously would not be asking for it for next year. This is a one-off. It's kind of a train the trainer technique. They would come in, work with the counseling staff, work with the teachers who would deliver those services. And it's a year long. So if we started now, started in February, it would go until next February. So those are the two focus areas that we are looking at. And I thank you for that invitation to think about what our students could benefit from right now. And those are two areas that we thought were worthy of consideration. As I said, they both would involve fund transfers. There's nothing that we budgeted for this year.
Gina, did you say how much that second one was? I didn't hear it.
It's approximately $40,000.
I'll open it up for questions. Mary Lee, and then Mike, I saw your hand. So Mary Lee, go ahead.
Hi, I just have a couple questions. For setting up the, for both of them actually, how do students find out about this assistance? And do teachers kind of recommend that these students get either the academic or the social emotional needs met, you know, kind of how do the right kids get into these programs? Clearly the social emotional dialectical behavioral therapy, I mean, that's going to hit all the kids across the board. You know, some kids may not need academic help. Some kids need more than others, but I guess the question is, you know, how do they get in there? And then also, who is this group of people who will be coming in to train? And they're just training the teachers to provide the help. I mean, you know, some teachers are probably much more versed in DBT than others. And
Great questions. Thank you, Mary. So one is, as far as the recruitment goes, we envision this in multiple ways. So in the past, when we've had the academic center, even the academic center in the library, we send out a note directly to students. And so they can self-select. They know that they're having difficulty. We send out the names of the teachers that are going to be on duty at that particular time, and students self-select in. We also send that same list to the teachers. So sometimes a teacher might say, ooh, you need help in this one particular area or one homework assignment, and they can encourage students to go to the academic center. And then we have an excellent counseling staff, and they will recognize that a student is struggling and also have that same duty chart of the academic center coverage. In fact, we have even printed it on different color paper and have hung it in different areas of the building. And so, so students get there. I envision with the social and emotional needs in these DBT groups that some of it may be very similar. We have students that would like help. They just don't know how to access it. I'm sure, just like the academic supports, we'll have students that say, I'm fine, you just need to change the education model and I'll be, you know, and those are a little trickier to work with. And then we have students that are regularly seeing our counselors. It might be part of an IEP plan, it might be part of a 504 or a personal learning plan, might be at a request from parents. And so we are just looking at ways to better deliver those SEL, you'll hear it called social and emotional learning, those SEL strategies. We don't envision our teaching staff being the service delivery people. We really envision the counseling staff, maybe special education staff. We have social workers and school psychologists, and we just think it would benefit them. We used to run a lot of groups at Barlow. In the counseling department, and we've kind of moved away from there. Our counselors are not therapists, and what attracts us to these cognitive behavioral consultants is this is DBT adapted for the school. It's not therapy. It's really skill building. And helps the students have an array of techniques that they can use. So that's what we would like to do to get some of these groups going.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I was going to mention is that, again, I hate to always be the process guy, but we strayed like a million miles away from administrative reports into an agenda topic that's or a topic that's just not on the agenda. And again, I think that if we're going to continue to discuss this, which I think, you know, has great value, I would move that we add an agenda item for consideration of administrative requests for a modification of staffing to address student needs related to COVID-19.
Where are you suggesting putting that item? In discussion, possible action? Is there?
Well, I guess right behind building administrative report. We are now, I guess, is where it's got to go, right? Because we're talking about it now. I just think, you know, we have to be careful. This is public meeting, and if people want to, you know.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, Gina, you need a decision on this today, right? So I think we need to move forward with the conversation.
The sooner we know what we're doing, and again, it would involve transfers, and Clarence could speak more about that, but that would be great, because the sooner we could move forward to make these things happen.
And of course, our priority as board members, as community members, as parents is the needs of our students. So I'm not suggesting that we, delay this decision or this discussion. I just think that it would be beneficial now and in the future that when items like this are going to be discussed, we should have them on the agenda so that parents, can, be aware of that the discussion is going to take place and be included. So, but again, challenging times develop challenging situations. So I think, again, my individual opinion is to obviously have the discussion and to address the needs. I just think that moving forward, we should try to be a little more mindful of putting these things on the agenda to include more of the public. That's all.
That's fine. And I'm in favor of moving discussion along on this. So I'd be good with a motion. Like, I don't know if you want to repeat your motion, if you had it written down there, and that we can get this onto the agenda so we can carry on with the discussion and
right. So the
take a
motion
possible action
was to add an agenda item for consideration of administrative requests for modification of staffing to address student needs related to COVID-19.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Second.
Second, Quinn. Or any further discussion on adding and where would you like to put the agenda item, just so we're clear?
That would be at the chairman's preference.
I am,
Whether you want to go through the other items and reports and put this as discussion possible action A and move everything down, or whether you want to slip it in, that's
yeah, why don't we move it to discussion possible action item A, and yeah, we'll just move everything down. We'll get through the rest of the reports, and then we'll pick up this conversation. So we'll move it, make it the new item A, and everything else move down in section 7. All right, any other discussion from board members? All in favor of the motion to amend the agenda? For the motion, aye. All right, that looks, and all opposed? Looks all unanimous, so it passes 8-0. All right, so we'll come back and revisit this when we get to discussion possible action.
Okay, and the final part of the admin, my administrative report is the summary of the work for the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think the board received that timeline. Again, I'm not sure this is exactly what the board was asking for, but what I tried to do here was to capture the number of meetings that we've had so far, working with our consultants from the Connecticut School Change group. And I provided you with the dates and the times of the training, the number of people that were involved, the roles of those people, and kind of the content of what we've done. Where we are right now is we're working on an equity audit to collect some details about our students and their access in the areas of their achievement, looking at our professional staff and our professional capacity, our program participation, our school climate. That data will then be disseminated back to the VHS DEI Advisory Committee. You'll see in your packet a list of who those people are and the different roles that they represent. And then from there, after looking at that diversity data, that group will set some goals for the school. We have been assured by our consultants this isn't just 1 year work. This is kind of ongoing when you're really looking at accomplishing what we are trying to accomplish, which is the belief that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion isn't just solved by reading a particular book and then now all of a sudden we're diverse, or looking at even a particular curriculum. It really is across the board in many facets of Barlow. So I gave you a couple of handouts. I don't know if you have any questions on it. We started with vocabulary definitions. Those definitions do not match the letters next to it. Led to a great conversation about what is an equity lens. What does that even mean? A discussion about some policies and procedures that we have that we think are equitable. It's why we put them in place, and then really doing a closer look to see, are they equitable for everyone? You heard the term unconscious bias before, and something else we're looking at. And then a lot of conversation internally about our own identities. What groups do we belong to? Is that a group that's in power, out of power? And this isn't just about race, it's about gender, it's about job role. And you could see that from that little exercise in the identity wheel. So I don't know if you had any questions, or if you're looking for something different. I will try to come back with something else.
So I have a question. And so first, thank you for giving us, this little synopsis of what's been occurring. But since the start, what would be helpful for me to see would be what the deliverables are going to be in the end. What are we looking to achieve? What is the objective? And again, I think we're all aware that reading one book or changing one curriculum is not going to solve everything like that. But I thought that that our intent was to again, we allocated significant funding to bring in a group that would kind of guide us on the work we should be doing, so that we could continue to do it moving forward on our own. So obviously, what are we looking to do? If they're going through the exercises and teaching our staff certain skills or certain strategies, then is it just our intent moving forward that we're just going to repeat those skills and those strategies every year as part of the ongoing training? Because I guess I was looking for a more strategic approach to, again, the objective isn't going to be met in 1 year, but I thought that the consulting group would kind of give us that outline of where we should be heading and how we can get there and what we should be looking at, and rather than just going through certain skill sets with us, something that again, I don't know that it's sustainable to allocate the type of funding we did each year. Of course, we all, I think the board, unanimously supported this initiative and feels very strongly, in this regard. But I'm wondering whether it's just turning into, we met with students and staff on this day and we did this, and we were meeting on this day and we're doing that. And I'd kind of really like to see what the big picture is, what the end goal is, what, and again, we know we could all write what we want in the end, but I just, how do we get there? I guess. Sorry for being long-winded, but that would be what I'd like to say.
Think once the advisory committee looks at that data and they get that information, they can set the goals, and then from the goals come action steps, come that strategic vision of and a timeline of what we will be doing. And again, this is one piece of their work in the DEI work.
So will that be the goals milestones. Would those be outputs after committee meeting number 3, or is just committee 3 goals and then there's another meeting to do kind of milestones timeline?
The timeline that the Connecticut School Change gave us is that by February, we should have our action plan. I think, Mike, you referred to it as kind of that strategic plan. They're working with them. They really want this to be our plan. They don't want to come in and say, here's your strategic vision, just do this. They really are very interested in looking at our data, getting to know our staff and our students. And then we set that vision with their guidance. They've done this work across the state. So as soon as I have that plan, I will definitely share that with the board.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Todd.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Just a follow-up question to yours, Todd, is just looking at the number of people who were involved in the advisory committee and the learning session. Is it the objective for the professional development component of this to ultimately reach all of our staff at Barlow?
Well, we've already reached the entire staff
Okay.
with these 2 learning sessions.
Got
This isn't something that we're just going to leave. It is the beginning of some great conversations that we've had and that we'll continue to have.
And then just to follow up on the timeline is looking at course selection test performance. It sounds like the February timetable might be in line with how we might change the curriculum going forward next year, correct? And perhaps some of the components of, maybe it's not monetary, maybe it's just qualitative.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the components of the curriculum, I would expect, or perhaps I'm asking, would those be changed in the 2020, the next school year?
And they could be. And I think you are trying to get a curriculum committee together for that reason, to look at new courses that we are required to offer, looking at those graduation requirements. And then something that came up in an earlier curriculum committee meeting was that kind of naming of courses. Are the courses named the way that represent what they are? Because our program of studies is no longer a print booklet, it's an online booklet, we can easily rename courses so that they more accurately describe the content of the course, even if we keep the original title there, and then maybe just phase in if that's something that the curriculum committee votes to do. But I did think that there was some appetite to go back and look at what we offer and make sure that it's reflective, so students know what they're signing up for.
So will that be, I guess, does the timing then of that work, if we have the 3rd committee meeting, sometime now through February, and we kind of get an output, and I'm envisioning these are some of the quick things that we could do. These are some of the things that are going to take longer.
Mm-hmm.
And if some of the quick items are renaming courses or the description of the course content needs to change, to me, those are kind of quick things. And we'd be able to do those for the upcoming school year. So do those in the February, March timing. Does that work with everything else that goes on in scheduling and planning for next year? Because I don't want us to come out, here are a whole bunch of ideas, but we've missed it for the next school year, right? And we're gonna have to wait another year before we can implement even some of the simple things like course renaming or course descriptions.
No, I do think that that's something that we can, and we definitely want to take steps and have actionables that we can see and move forward on immediately. So those short-term goals, and then we can articulate those long-term goals, or those goals that will take more people to accomplish, or more learning sessions to do.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on that?
And that's the end of my, now I know special services is next.
Yes.
And we don't have a special services report, but I'll let Mike D'Agostino jump in, especially with our something that he created, the department created, which is the Special Education Staff Member of the Month. And so it'll be a shorter report, but it's
Okay,
still
and
special.
actually I'm going to ask Mike DiStefano instead of D'Agostino.
Did I say D'Agostino again? You know what? It doesn't help me that your pictures on my screen are right on top of each other. Can we
Try to
just
keep the mics
slide
together.
them over? I'm sorry. I call Mike DiStefano new Mike because we also have Mike Santangeli, who's old Mike. So you'll hear from new Mike right now. And I don't know what that means for Mike D'Agostino. Mr. DiStefano, it's all
Older
you.
Mike.
Thank you, Gina. Good evening, everyone. So like Gina said, I just have some quick updates. I don't have a full board report. A couple just quick highlights. Our 3E program and our bridge services, I can't thank that staff enough. And the students are so great that work and come in every day and work so hard and receive the support of that program and that service. The numbers remain the same. We have 7 students in the 3E program, and we're up to about 13 students in the bridge services. And I expect that number to go up a little higher as well. One of the other things I wanted to highlight, and I don't think I've spoken to the board about this, is that Jen Del Conte, who's the director in Easton Reading, her and I have made sure to have a weekly appointment each week so we could continue to collaborate, find ways that we could make sure that there's a continuum of supports that matches throughout the 3 districts, and even including things like extended school year services. So we meet weekly, we stay in close collaboration to make sure we're on the same page and make sure that the supports and services available for each district are, they're following that continuum. In terms of, our continuum of supports right now, everything is the same. We're up to, in terms of referrals, we're up to 23 right now. I believe that was unchanged from the last board report. I expect the number to go up. I know there's a few more referrals in right now. So for that board report in February, you'll probably see that number go up at least into the mid 20s or higher 20s. And as Gina said, one of the things I love doing, it's fun, is our special education staff member of the month. Rebecca Hoyt is our school psychologist. She's an amazing school psychologist. I actually had the privilege of going to grad school with Rebecca. I won't say what year that was. She would get probably very upset with me, and I would get upset with myself. But Rebecca, is one of these staff members who, really just encompasses the whole building. You'll hear me talk about staff members and say this staff member works in this department or, works with this group of students. She really works with everyone. She's a big part of our 3E program. She supports our students in our bridge program. She supports all students as a school psychologist, providing counseling support and consultation to teachers. She does a lot of she does half of our psychological evaluations, and really it has an expertise in behavioral supports as well. And that's where she plays a big part in our 3E program. So I wanted to publicly thank Rebecca for all of her hard work that she has done over the many years as a psychologist at Joel Barlow High School. So that was my quick update for the special department. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a quick question, Mike. So relating, heading into next year and heading into budget season now, obviously the effects of the pandemic and, the SEL for our students is going to have a financial piece attached to it. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, do you envision that there's going to be a significant increase in allocation for students with disabilities next year? Are there, certain programs? Is the bridge program, I think we have more students in it this year. Do we envision that number to continue to go up and, more students even next year as we go on? And again, to direct it more, Gina is requesting staff to kind of, help to address student needs. Is there similar needs that are going to necessary from your department that you will be requesting, or that you want to give us a heads up about now, so that we can have a discussion during budget season as we approach it.
Sure, and thank you for that question. I think a couple things that I'll point out tonight. One of the things is, as Gina pointed out, the DBT training. I think that we have this bridge services, and it's amazing how we're able to support some of our students in that program. And the DBT that Gina is talking about is gonna, we could talk. I could help, when we talk later about, how that would, support all students. But one of the residual effects of that is I think it would have a dramatic effect on the supports and services we offer our students in the Bridge program. I was actually fortunate enough to see the DBT program in my previous district from start to finish. So seeing it, right where we are in a board meeting, talking about, what the benefits of it might be, to the full completion where our clinical staff finished the intermediate and advanced training, which I actually joined the district and finished up this year. So those supports will make such a difference for all of our students, and I think you would see a benefit for all of our students, regular ed, special education, 504 students, but particularly the supports and services we'd be able to further enhance in the Bridge program would help many of our students who are obviously, struggling with, social emotional needs, but also, coming back from the COVID pandemic. In terms of additional, funding or finances that might be impacted this year in the budget, one of the things that I mentioned, over the last several months is that we have the new, regulations around requiring students to receive services up to the age of 22. So that will be, we will have students that will be eligible for special education services that last year would not have been eligible for special education services. So we, that would, be an additional, expenditure for the board to consider. And I think that the board and the district has done such a great job in the development of the 3E program and the Bridge services that it's really helped our students be successful at Joel Barlow and not require those out of district placements that many districts who don't have that type of program would have to resort to. So I think that Dave D'Angelo, my department chair for special education, has done an amazing job in helping to support that program, and we've been able to do what those students want to do, maintain their ability to attend Joel Barlow and be successful there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. More to come in next month's budget discussion, sounds like. All right.
The
Dr.
last
Finn, anything else?
Just that old Mike would be very upset if I didn't point out that the athletic department won again the Michaels Cup, which is an award for our athletic department. It's really a recognition for the whole school about sportsmanship. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I am finally done. Thank you for your patience in a very long report.
All right, great, thank you. And congratulations to the athletic department for their award as well. All right, with that, then we'll move on to 6B, Board of Education Committee reports. So maybe we'll do this pretty quickly, and then we can move on to our full list of discussion and possible action items. So we'll just go around. I know there were several committee meetings coming up. So
Maureen, you want to take policy?
as I said, we have policy, we've got pension, audit. I think they're negotiation. I think there are quite a few that have met.
Policy did not meet last Friday owing to my absence and Gwen's absence. The prior week, we had a long and comprehensive discussion about certain computer programs that are in use in district. And I think Todd was in attendance actually as well, and Dr. Pearson-Ugal and several members of the IT community. This led to a very long and comprehensive discussion about privacy policies and student engagement with those privacy policies and parent engagement with those privacy policies. As a consequence, the policy committee, shall we say, is doing a deep dive into those items. And I suspect that'll be on the table for this Friday, if we can meet this Friday, or the following week. Specifically, we're taking a look at a program called Go Guardian that is in use in district. Want to add anything, Gwen?
No, I think that covers it. We've been discussing, we need to just sort of communicate what we're doing. We need to clarify our goals for the program and clarify how we're accomplishing those goals, and make sure that parents are really aware of the power of this program, and also that we're aware of what the oversight is for the use of this program to protect anybody who might be using a device with the program on it.
Right, and we want to foster transparency about this program in district, and we also want to foster some level of understanding, and that's been a bit of a lift on behalf of the board members, certainly me, to getting to the point where I feel like I could understand the program, let alone make recommendations about how we're transparent about it. So we're getting there.
So I have a question. This is being done at policy. And so I'm wondering, this kind of seems more like a board level discussion if we're concerned about privacy issues or something relating to a software program that we're already using, it sounds like. How does this fit into the purview of the policy committee? Are we looking to write a new policy? Is this aligning with our policy? It seems like this is not policy. This is board related.
I think it's both, Mike, and I think you need a jumping off point of understanding, and it happens to be us right now. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you that it may be a broader discussion, but I think we have to start somewhere, and I think it kind of fell to us because we started asking some questions about it. So it would probably be wise to let us develop sort of a more comprehensive set of questions and a more comprehensive set of discussions before we broaden it out. But I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you that it is probably a broader board discussion. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so this would be an item for a future meeting, I would imagine.
Yes. I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I said this would be a agenda item for a future meeting, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we have a couple of more steps in the process in terms of sort of our first real deep dive in this was 2 weeks ago, in which we had the IT folks and Dr. Pearson Ugal all in the same meeting, which is available on YouTube if you wish to watch.
You know where I'm sorry to jump in because they're not anywhere on the district websites anywhere. And you go to YouTube and you go to the Region 9 YouTube page and they're not there either. So are they going into like cyber limbo somewhere?
No, they are going on to.
Get you the link.
Yeah, as I say, we'll send you.
We'll get you a link.
Yeah, they are.
We'll
they
get
are
you.
on the.
You should log on live though. It's so much better live. Just
We have a great time. We really do.
It was a good meeting.
It was very
thoughtful
informative,
discussion around it. Yeah.
and certainly the discussion didn't go broad and deep enough yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would
So,
agree.
Yeah, so I'd agree that I think coming out of policies, looking at it right now, it will come back to a full board, and it's something, again, this particular tool is used across the 3 districts, so there will be individual board discussions around it and how they want to deal with it, and it will come back to the board at some point. But I think, again, policy needs to continue to understand it, what policies we have in place, and then can bring it back to the full board for discussion. I don't think we're quite there yet to bring it back to the board. I think there's some more discussion that needs to happen around it.
Mike, what policy does is it forces us to take a really broad look at how we think about things, right? And so much of that work has been focused on sort of wordsmithing in the past. And how do we wordsmith about this versus that? Well, this is one area where we're a little bit broader than that, right? We're just sort of doing a big think, right? We're not just wordsmiths on this one. And it's a both present tense think, and I think it's a future think. We're thinking about things that would potentially expand teaching tools, but also expand how we observe our students. And that's a very philosophical debate. So that's why it belongs in policy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just, again, writing policy as to what our privacy policy says, and how what we're doing aligns with policy, certainly is something that I appreciate that you're doing. I'm just wondering, maybe programs we're using or things that we're doing and how they relate to privacy. Again, seems to me to be more of a board discussion rather than a policy discussion as to,
Right. Well, and I would,
why
yeah, and I would agree. And I think, there will be, tool selection, operational procedures and things like that need to come back to the board.
Right.
So we will have it on a future agenda item.
And we welcome your attendance if you want to sort of understand what we're grappling with Friday morning.
I would love to. I wish we could do it in the evening. Sorry.
All right, so that's policy. I think pension audit.
Yeah, pension is meeting we have a meeting on the 25th, so we haven't yet met. Audit is just to bring up everyone up to speed from our last meeting. You may recall, as it noted in the minutes, that we filed an extension for our financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, which is our fiscal year. And that audit has since been completed. So there were open items, if you recall, from December. It's since been completed, confirmed with our auditors, confirmed with our director of operations and finance. I've read the entire set of financial statements myself as audit committee chair. And what we're doing now, if you also may recall, there's no formal requirement per se for the Region 9 Board of Education to approve or accept the financials for filing. However, just as a matter of good governance, as we said last meeting, we wanted to still have a public meeting to discuss those financial statements so we could provide an opportunity for the public to opine or just to hear the discussion as well. So what we're doing this time around is to schedule a formal public audit committee meeting. Looks like it's going to be January 22nd or the 26th to formally review and ask more specific questions about the financial statements in addition to what has already been asked. And then so that's going to be publicly available. In the meantime, the entire board should have received the full financial statements. If you have any questions for any of us on the audit committee, myself and Mike are on the committee, Todd has been attending many of the committees as ex officio. And certainly if you have any questions for Clarence, let us know. If you have any questions on that, I've kind of looked at it in detail, asked a couple of questions. One thing that popped out was, we make a general reference in one of the footnotes to the financial uncertainty as it relates to COVID. So that was one thing that's pretty standard across all districts across the state, from what I understand. So again, fund distribution, fund transfers. It's a 94-page report. Had lots of fun reading it last night. But it is there. And if there are any questions or changes, feel free to reach out to any of the audit committee members, and then also attend the public meeting as well if you want to discuss that. But then the objective at that point is to have the audit committee formally approve the financial statements for filing by the extended deadline, which is January 31st. So I don't know if Todd, Clarence, Mike, anything to add, feel free.
I think you covered it. Have a good read of the audit right before the policy meeting on Friday. I think those are all the committees. I don't know, Mike, I know we're trying to get something set for negotiations, but I don't know if there's anything really to report at this besides we're trying to schedule another meeting.
Yeah, I would agree. There was a public meeting of negotiations committee that was held to begin discussing practices for hiring of senior administration. So I think those meetings are going to continue, but they're trying to hold another meeting, I think, coming up.
Yes, next couple of, this week, I think. We're trying to get it in, so it'll be publicly noticed when we can get calendars to agree.
Date is set, yeah.
Okay, I think those are all the committees. Did I miss any? All right. With that, then let's move on to discussion possible actions, item 7, and our new A, which is going back to meeting the student needs and the new staffing for COVID. So we'll go back to the discussion around the two positions that we started. And I guess to pick up where we left off, so we've got the two positions, one for supervisory substitute, and then I guess the other's not a position, but for consultative services for discussion at the moment. So I'll turn it back over if everybody can recall where we put the pin in the conversation, and we'll pick up from there. So I'll open it to questions. I have a couple of questions, but if other board members have. Yeah, go ahead, Marilyn.
I just have one more question.
Oh, we went back on mute.
Went on mute again.
Wow. Which organization is it that we're using, would be using if we can agree upon this funding to handle the social emotional needs, the DBT training?
Sure. So what I will do is ask Mike DeStefano to, because he's had dealings with this company. Now we can go to other groups and other services, but he's had some very positive experiences with the cognitive and behavioral therapy group. Do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Gina. The group is Cognitive Behavioral Consultants out of Westchester and Manhattan. Dr. Alec Miller is the head of the program there. Dr. Alec Miller was one of the innovators in bringing dialectical behavior therapy into schools, and that making that transition from a therapy approach to, interventions and skills that students could use and adolescents could use in the school setting. They actually transitioned from high school students to actually now they work in many districts in our area, and they actually work with high school, middle school, and even at this point with some elementary schools.
And do we have a statement of work for services from them, or is that something that we'll need to still obtain?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Do we have a statement of work for services and deliverables from this firm, or is that something we still need to obtain?
I have an idea of what it would be, but we would have to work with them on that. I could share with you what I think Mike, Mr. D'Agostino brought up earlier in terms of our other initiative, in terms of the equity piece around what are the deliverables, and we could talk a little bit about, if you like, maybe that's another board, another presentation, but I could quickly go over some of those deliverables if you like. Yeah,
I think that would be helpful, and maybe the time frame we're thinking is. I'm assuming this is just in the remainder of this school year is the time frame that we're looking to do this, or is there carryover paying for them now and we'll carry them over into next year, or are all the services in this year? So that'd be helpful, kind of timeline, deliverables. And then if you could reiterate again on how the training was going to work, if we were training certain people and then they were turning around and training others, if you could just recap that. And then I have a financial question on it for Clarence. Where is this money coming from? Which transfer item?
Sure, Gina, do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm looking at kind of that timeline, but why don't you go ahead, Mike? You've had experience with them. You're muted, Mike. Nope.
Did you hear me now?
Yes. Oh,
okay, perfect. I think my mic came out. It comes down that there's a continuum of a tiers of level of support. So the first thing that would happen would be we're already ahead of the game at Joe Barlow, because we had Alicia Dad do some work with all of our staff around coming back from COVID back in September. And she talked about some of the principles of DBT and also cognitive behavioral therapy. Those kind of skills, but we would start with a orientation and commitment training. So it'd be a half-day training. I mean, this would be for everybody. And, we would have potentially board members there to, nurses, to special ed teachers, regular ed teachers, administrators, anybody who works in the building. And it's just basically an overview of what DBT is, how it could support all students, and the different approaches and skills that they would learn. And an example of that would be around validation. You'll hear things about validating and how invalidating environments could cause students to feel distress and it begins that approach to trying to make the, Gina and the team over at Joel Barlow did such a great job in terms of the SEL work they've been doing for many years. And it just builds on that in terms of, trying to make the building as a whole have a more therapeutic milieu to it. And that's kind of where that orientation and commitment training would start. Alec Miller, who was the founder of the program, who brought DBT to adolescents, it would be the person who would do that. And I've seen the presentation. It's very well received by all. In fact, generally, when you leave that training, you have to kind of talk people off that, slow down. We need to, it's baby steps, because people really buy into it, and they want to support students and families. And then Gina mentioned earlier that, there's a piece of it that was specifically for clinical staff, like school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists. And that would be the foundations of DBT, where they would undergo 4 days of training. And basically, one of the things you should know about the DBT is once you're up and going with groups and you're implementing some of these skills, it's actually a curriculum with lessons that you would be doing on a weekly basis, and you'd have the consultants working with you to make sure you're implementing those lessons in the curriculum with fidelity. And it includes things like mindfulness, things you've heard before, but there a lot of these skills you hear are all tied in. So you'd be talking about mindfulness, you'd be talking about things like distress tolerance, where you build students and staff's ability to handle stress. You'd be looking at emotional regulation, where your ability to control your emotions, interpersonal effectiveness, and that is your ability to get along and relate to others. And then there's one of my favorite pieces of the curriculum is something called Walking the Middle Path, where you teach students and teachers and families how to find some common ground to avoid some of the conflict. And that's all part of a curriculum that you would, once everything's up and running, you would implement that curriculum over the course of a period of time. And the team would work on entrance and exit criteria for those groups. There's two other pieces to it. There's the ongoing training. So that would be with as built into that price would be every 2 weeks, a consultant, someone like Alicia Dad, who did the presentation earlier, would come to Joel Barlow and work with the DBT teams to make sure that they're implementing the program and curriculum with fidelity. And then there's also an additional training around the consultation and developing an actual plan for implementation at Joel Barlow High School. So what would that look like? Would it be group counseling for a select handful of students? How could you build this into things like advisory? So some of the lessons are teaching some of these skills to all students. How could you build the capacity in the building for all, teachers and staff members to utilize some of these skills with all of their students? And that's a plan that would the DBT team would come up with in collaboration with cognitive behavioral consultants. Any questions regarding that?
Yeah, just quickly, I think Mike, I know you've got, I just saw your hand go up. But for all these training sessions, are these to take place on currently planned professional development days, or are we looking to add more days to accommodate this?
I could just jump in and say that, Gina, I know Gina wants to go. There's some training that would involve a handful of staff, and then there would be others that would involve a larger group of staff. So I'll let Gina, I know Gina, you were just going to jump in. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was going to say we would try to work with the PD. This is just excellent learning sessions that we could do with the PD that we're given. However, I think as Mike and I thought he was going to say that there will be some, especially our counseling staff and possibly special ed staff, that we would have to sub out or cover so that they can receive some more of this intensive training that Mike mentioned.
Okay. And Mike D'Agostino.
So it would be helpful if I could better understand whether these services are required because of the strain related with to the pandemic, or is this a trend and something that we may have been looking to do or act upon in a non-pandemic year. And again, my priority, my concern is to meet the needs of our students. So it's not, I don't want to be perceived as looking at it only from the financial aspect, but it would be helpful if we knew, like, and again, because, you know, this is what we do, you know, we're charged with the school district, but how many students, you know, can you estimate, like, again, doesn't have to be numbers of students, but maybe percent, or tell me whether it's significant, but how many students are really suffering a severe impact, you know, related to the strain of the pandemic? How is it affecting our student body as a whole? Or is this something that just kind of magnifies, you know, in certain students that, you know, may have been, already had certain needs that this has just kind of, you know, put an increased strain on it? I just like to better understand, you know, how big the issue is, how many students it's affecting, you know, and again, it would help me to better understand how we can provide resources to help. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that Mike could get into specific numbers, but I just wanted to jump in first to say 100% of our students have been impacted by this pandemic. There is no student who is not in this storm. You've heard us use that analogy before. We talk about we are all in the same storm. But what I think you're getting at, Mike D'Agostino, is that we all have different boats with which we're navigating the same storm. So some of us are in yachts, some of us are in tugboats, some of us are in canoes or rafts. And that's where Mike DeStefano can maybe speak about those tiered layers of intervention. But 100% of our students would benefit from these kinds of skills, because this is the world that our students are living in. Even students who are doing well academically, they're getting their A's and B's, and their grades really haven't changed significantly, are still, I just answered a student yesterday who was talking about prom. And are we going to have a prom? That weighs on our students' minds. So no one is getting out of this unscathed, which is why when we were looking at that charge from the board of how do we meet the students' needs, we wanted to pick something that we thought was going to have a positive impact on all of our students, our whole community, not just a select few. But there are students and there are a percentage. Mike DeStefano, I don't know if you have an idea of percentage-wise our students most in need.
Yeah, I would just say, to give you exact numbers, I would have to work with Paula Panos to do that. I would say that, you know, what I will say is, Mr. D'Agostino, that, you know, I think if we had met prior to COVID and you came up to me on the street and said, what are your biggest concerns about, you know, high school students in general or students with special needs, I would have probably told you, and I'm pretty sure I would have told you, resiliency, anxiety, social emotional needs are my biggest concern. And then this pandemic happened, and it definitely, and you know, it just put a bigger spotlight on it. So we have a larger group of students who are, you know, who are dealing with it. I could tell you, I'm in PPTs all the time, and you know, some of our students have emotional needs that require special education and 504 services. Some students have learning needs, but generally, even for our students with learning needs, or you know, things like a learning disability or dyslexia and different things like that, they're experiencing anxiety that we're at least talking about in the PPT, whether it's requiring specialized instruction in that area potentially, but many of our students are struggling with anxiety and other social emotional concerns. I know that, you know, we have an amazing counseling department and psychological services department that are working regularly with students. You know, I hear on a regular basis, you know, I was just in a meeting today where I was talking to a staff member who's meeting with a student, you know, regularly every day. So it's something that, we're concerned about. And, I think the approach with the, one of the things I would say about the DBT skills is that when you do this, it puts a, how do I put this? The skills that our staff already have will be further enhanced, and so it'll be benefiting all students. When whether or not a student is in a DBT group where he's going through the curriculum on DBT, we might have a school counselor who's trained in DBT now, who's meeting with a student who's just experiencing some level of anxiety, and that meeting in his or her office there'll be more skills that counselor could offer to the student than they would have prior to some of the training. I don't know if Paula's on here. I don't know if Paula, if she has any specific, I don't have specific numbers on how many students
Again, I wasn't looking for you to tell me the exact number of students or the exact percentage. I was just trying to get a better gauge. And of course, we're all aware that every person on the planet has been affected by this. I mean, and so we know that it's 100%. We know that as well. But what I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around is how extensive is this issue? How much has it impacted our students, and what is the best way that we can address it moving forward? In other words, it seems like we're going to do some training, in this one area, and it's going to be beneficial. And so I was curious as to whether that was mainly a COVID-related, strain kind of strategy, to address that, or whether this is something that moving forward is going to be an ongoing need that we may need to think of a more thoughtful way of addressing.
And I would respond to that and say that I think it's something that will be ongoing. I think that many of the districts that have utilized this program or these services, they were utilizing those prior to COVID, and they were feeling a heavy strain on the demand for those supports and services. So I do think it's something that, even if we were able to magically snap COVID away, it would be something that would be super beneficial for our students, staff, and families.
My video's not working, but I would concur with Mike DeStefano and just say that prior to COVID, we actually were looking at an opportunity to bring DBT training into the department. And we saw a need for it then, and the need now is unbelievable. We have so many students who are struggling, so many families that are struggling. In the counseling department, we have seen such a major uptick in the need for support services. So I concur totally with Mike DeStefano.
Mary Lee.
So I'm sorry, circling back, that $40,000 for the social emotional training and DBT specifically, that would get us basically through this year, and then we would need to look at it as we're seeing that the need will exist. We'll need to look at funding more for future years because it's not going away. Is that the case?
So that's a great question. And there would be a reduction. So right now there's a series of training in order to get it started. And one piece of those 4 things I went over in terms of what we would receive from that fund was the implementation training, the 4 days of training, the orientation implementation training. Those would all be things that after this year, so if we were to, let's say, re-up in February of next year, that we wouldn't necessarily have to do those pieces all over again. And then we would just be doing that ongoing supervision. And then it's sort of like Gina said earlier, it's sort of a model where we kind of train the trainer. So the goal would be this year to do all those trainings, next year to kind of reduce back to just the consultation, And then after time, we would reduce to, instead of biweekly consultation, a monthly consultation, and then fade it away. And then we would have, these skills in our district, and we wouldn't have the costs associated with the all these trainings. There might be supplemental trainings along the way potentially to kind of revisit those skills and make sure we're, staying up to speed.
And that
we'll know about, future costs. So it's kind of, keeping the maintenance, making sure that we keep going with the practices. And by the way, I happened to go to the website, and there's a whole ton of schools, systems that are using these services. I was wondering, more about this particular consultant group, and looks like a lot of people trust them.
they've had very good reviews.
Mike DeStefano, you gave one one user scenario. Can you maybe give us another one? Is this how does the student get the benefit out of this? So if the counseling department is learning how to identify this, then how does that turn into helping the student or helping the family, as you mentioned? Can you give another example of that? Because I'm not quite getting how this translates into value down to the student.
Yeah, sure. So, another example would be, as Gina mentioned earlier, the Region 9 has moved to more of a individual support service for counseling over the last couple of years. We would be looking to be bringing back some group counseling. So potentially we have, a group of school counselors, school psychologists, and social worker who would be trained and be able to run groups. So, we would have to sit down and look at how many we want to form based on the need of the students. But hypothetically, let's just say for the early on purpose of saying we developed 5 groups that we're going to be having, going through the DBT curriculum, and potentially, let's say we had 6 students in there. So that would be right there would be 30 students that would be going through the full DBT curriculum. We'd also be then, another add-on would be, our bridge services. I would think that if we did do this, we would want all of our staff in the bridge services be going through this type of training. So they would be, on a regular basis, a daily basis, a period by period basis, being able to utilize these skills with those students. So those would be just 2 examples of, a handful of students, about, maybe let's say 30 to 40 students that would really get the intense version of it. But then, like I said earlier, we're going to be developing, curriculum and lessons on this that could easily be, brought into a classroom and we could go over a lesson on emotional regulation as an advisory lesson for all the students in the building, or go over, distress tolerance, how to handle stress, in an advisory lesson that would be for all students. And, one of the things I'd like to say is that, as the DBT curriculum was being rolled out in my previous district in Fairfield, Ludlow, and Fairfield Ward high schools, you started seeing a little bit of momentum with just the way that, staff and families engage with each other. There was a lot of validation. You'd be in PPTs and meetings, in parent meetings, and you'd start seeing teachers be able to have an approach where they find a common ground, which we talked about a little earlier in terms of the curriculum. There's this walking middle path piece, using those validation skills to make sure they're not, accidentally, having some type of invalidating environment that could be causing some level of distress. So there's different levels of benefit for all students, depending on the need.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
I have a follow-up question, Todd, to your question, if I may. So just Mike DeStefano, just to help you understand, I think I'm kind of, the light bulb's going off above my head here, but just in terms of just reach of the student, right? So we're presuming that if you look at this as a time continuum, right, this is going to take work over time, right? It's not, snap our fingers overnight. To your point, even if you made COVID go away, there will still be social emotional needs for all of our students. So if I'm thinking about a child that has an IEP or a 504, to some extent, that child and their families have self-identified. But what about the child that is probably doesn't have a special, needs plan or even a 504, but has anxiety, but because they're home, how do we find them? Like at this kind of training, when would we find them?
Yep. And I think we've talked about this a little bit earlier in the year, but as you go through this training, we would do a implementation and orientation to Joel Barlow High School, which would mean that we would sit down, meaning the leadership team, in the central office staff, whoever it might be, to talk about how do we want it rolled out at Joel Barlow High School. Because there's flexibility, as we said earlier, there's many districts in the state that are utilizing them, and there's flexibility on how we want to roll that out. Some districts choose to work with cognitive behavioral consultants to identify some progress monitoring tools to see how students are doing. Some districts utilize some, screeners to see how students are doing. So there's ways to, assess students to see how they're making progress or if we're reaching all students. That's one possibility. And then just to also go back to Mr. Johnson's question earlier about how many, how would we reach students? One thing is, it's not just for all of our special needs students. Our school counselors meet with all of their, students on their caseload on a daily basis, over the course of the year. And during those meetings, they talk about a lot of things related to social emotional concerns. And they would now have those skills in DBT, even if they weren't running a DBT group, to be able to support and those families and students in those individual sessions or in their groups in the counseling center.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I did want to come back to you. Where's the 40K coming from as a transfer?
To be determined. I told Dr. Penn, we first sort of get down the road of getting you all on board. Then I told we'd work together to find the money. So I didn't want to go find the money until we knew you guys were on board. So the general concept would be we'd have a sit down with Dr. Penn, and she's had priorities that she said are budgeted from last year. Based on COVID, there's some things that have some availability. So I don't want to make a unilateral decision. I'd sit down with Dr. Penn and see what her needs are. And then based on that conversation, we make whatever necessary transfers we need to get to the funding available to secure the program.
Okay. And is there a timeline on this? I mean, we don't have a statement of work in front of us, so I'm just thinking for me personally, it would be helpful to know before I commit $40,000 from the current operating budget, where that's coming from, and do we have the 40,000 someplace else? Knowing there's a lot of extra, motion going on with COVID spending.
If I can read the tea leaves of the board's comments, you all seem generally somewhat supportive, but want some extra details. Dr. Penn and I can get together this week and figure out the details of where we pull the money from, that way we can provide it to the board.
That would be very helpful for me to make a decision. I see some other board members nodding their head. I'm generally supportive of the idea, and I think it sounds like a good program. But again, I want to make sure
I just need that
got the money and where the money's going to come from.
I just need that sort of general and supportive guidance, so I can, we can spend the time to drill down and find it, and then, reach a consensus between Dr. Penn and her staff and my team about what's appropriate, and then we can lay out the sort of dollar for dollar transfers, what we do, and get us up to the full amount.
All right. I think Mike, I saw your hand, and Maureen as well. So Mike, go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry, Maureen can go first. I've been.
I was just going to ask the practical question. Does waiting for that drill down impact the need of the students right now, Gina? Like if we wait ostensibly to get that drill down and wait another month, do you think that that's really adverse? I don't know. What are your sentiments in that?
I would like to get started as soon as we can. Obviously, it's nothing that we would move forward with unless Clarence felt that we had money that we could transfer into that line. We know from looking at kind of a very high level view of the budget that, again, our athletic department, because we did not have the transportation in athletics just right there, we know we have money, but I have not sat down and looked line per line. I just knew it would involve a transfer. But yes, Maureen, you're right. It's something I would love to move forward with and try to secure these consultants and so that we can get started right away in our second semester. And
I guess, and as a follow-up to that, if we table this until the February meeting, does that give you enough time to get through all the half-day trainings and the 4-day foundational and everything that Mr. Stefano went through to get that done in this school year?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, my plan, given your position, was to meet with Dr. Penn this week, and we can get that resolved this week. And you all have a tri-board meeting scheduled for next week. I don't know if you can add that as just for you to vote on if we give you the data. I don't know if that'll work, because given the timing here, instead of waiting to February, if you get another scheduled meeting, I know it's a tri-board meeting, but at least we can get some answers to you before that meeting. You might be able to make some decisions then. That'll speed up the process.
Yeah, that potentially we could do, but yeah, it'll be something we would have to put on just as a Region 9, because I'm assuming this is not being done in the other 2 districts.
It's not. It'd be a Region 9 only sort of agenda item.
Well, just for direction moving forward, I know we have new leadership, but Region 9 board historically is, acting as a board of finance and a board of education. We tend to request, that information as we're going through the decision-making process. And I think, again, for me individually, I will support the DBD training. Obviously, I don't want to hold back if it's going to have a detrimental effect on our students. But again, moving forward, it would be really helpful if when we did this, we knew where the money was coming from. That it really helps us to make these types of decisions. It puts us in a tough spot, because then we don't know where the money's coming from. And then maybe it's not, transportation from athletics, maybe it's something else. And we really like to know the money's there and where the money's coming from when we make these types of decisions, again, moving forward, but not to stress that too much. I would like to backtrack. Are we just looking to, Mr. Chairman, to address the DBT training, or there was another issue that Dr. Pinn mentioned about the hall monitors, and
we're going to come to that one next. So I think just to close this one out, I think right now I don't want to put a motion or ask for a motion on this one yet until we get the financials. So, Mr. Zachary, if we can get those numbers sometime this week, I could talk to the other board chairs and we'll figure out if we can put it in the joint board. If not, it'll be on our next February or special meeting. But I personally, as a chair, I to Mike's point, I would like to know where the money's coming from for this, and make sure we've got enough funds from the operating budget to cover everything else that we need to do.
I think Dr. Penn and I can get that done by the end, by the end of this week, so I can get it to you by Friday or the weekend. So that should
Okay. Okay, that would be great. All right, so let's move on to the other item then, where we've got the supervisory substitute. So we didn't need to talk about that one as well. And I'm again, same, we're from a financial line, again, I think this was coming from a transfer someplace or being paid out of a certain object line right now. What was the intent for funding for this role?
Yeah. And what is the amount of this? So we're talking 20,000 for the DBT training. Is that what we're talking? Or
no, that's 40 for the
40.
DBT. I've moved on to the supervisory substitute.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that I have the numbers that we have.
So 40.
I had 20 at some point for part of it, but it's 40 in total. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and then what would the cost of the supervisory substitute be as well, so that
9,888, is that?
$9,688.50 is what was in the information sent to the board. $100 a day plus FICA for 90 days.
and what are we currently doing to fill that role?
We don't have that role. Right
This is a
now,
new rule.
our teachers are on hall duty, so the teachers are not on academic center duty. We're looking to have a supervisory substitute so we can take teachers out of the halls and give them academic center duty.
And is this considered a full-time role or a part-time role?
It would be a day substitute, so it would be a full day every day for 90 days, which
And
is
that's just one person, just standing in the hall? Okay.
just one person moving from place to place and covering cafeteria, hallway supervision, so we can redeploy those staff members to an academic center duty.
Chairman, at this point, you have certified teachers and administrators doing some of these roles, and Dr. Penn's point is they can be more effectively utilized helping the children than sort of monitoring the cafeteria or the hallway. So that's why she's looking for sort of a temporary sub.
I was just saying, how many was, it was just one person.
So one person, but it is a full-time. It is not a part-time
Correct.
part of the day. This is somebody you need there every day, full-time.
Correct.
And is there benefits then for this person if they're there full-time, or no, since they are a substitute?
They're substitutes, so there shouldn't be any benefits.
And is this coming out of the substitute line, or is there a transfer from someplace else that this is
We
coming
take it
from?
out of the substitute line since they're substitutes.
Okay.
This person will be a substitute.
So
There's
if,
money available in the substitute line?
I didn't hear that question.
There's money in the substitute budget for this already?
Yes, we haven't utilized a lot of substitutes this year, so there should be plenty of.
we haven't had a lot of substitutes this year. Is that what you said? Because I'm curious about that.
We had problems finding them, so we've had problems finding. That's one of the things Dr. Penn wanted to raise the rate because she's had problems finding substitutes. So if you don't find them, you're not spending the money.
Okay, so then the other question would be, if this is basically the way it's been characterized here is it's a hall monitor, can this role be served by a security guard that might be less money than a substitute teacher, and might be easier to find?
So our current security staff is already deployed in hallways and cafeteria. If we were to hire another member of the security department, that would be I think that would be more expensive than $100 a day. But we could price that out. I guess Clarence can do that if we're looking to expand, but we weren't looking to make this a permanent position. We were really just looking for a supervisor, like I guess the comparable would be.
But we can't to Mike, sorry to interrupt, but to Mike's point though, we can't hire someone from the security firm to be part, do this for the rest of the year versus try to find a substitute.
It's more than $100 a day. We can do that, but it's more than $100 a day.
I thought it was 15 an hour or something.
No, that's 100 a day is what's in the proposal.
No, I mean a security guard.
Oh, that I don't know. Have we done that comparison with the security firm?
I haven't done an official comparison, but
If you do just 7 hours at $15 an hour, it's still more than $100 a day. So,
But the school day is not 7 hours, is it? The school day 6 hours?
well, I don't know if she has for after school activities, and that's a question of how she wants to deploy the resource. But I just round number 7 hours could put you at 105.
Right.
And that's assuming that maybe if you're talking about getting it from a firm, the firm may have some overhead charge that backed into this. I don't know if that $15 is what we're paying our staff, or would you propose getting an outside agency?
Yeah, no, I mean, I trust, I just thought we have, we have substitute security guards. We have guys we have on call, when people are sick and stuff like that. And I just, again, whether or not we were looking at that option, if substitutes are really hard to find, and if they're in high demand and we might need them elsewhere, it seems like it might be a waste to have them as a hall monitor if we could do that same responsibility with a security guard. That was my suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, there's no teaching expectation for this person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And how do we post for this? Is this just a regular job posting that anybody in the community could
Mhm.
apply for?
Yes.
All right. Do other board members have any other questions on this particular role?
No, the only other comment, oh, sorry, go ahead. Mark.
You can go, Mike. It's okay.
Yeah, the only other comment I was going to say is that we kind of had discussions, all year about how, we were going to meet the challenges of social distancing and running the school. And so I kind of feel like I wish I had known that we would be, more than, halfway into the school year. And now we're realizing that teachers that should have been in writing centers and things like that were in the hallway. I guess, again, thinking about the students first, I wish, I don't know how we close that gap now, but at least we can fix it moving forward.
Yeah, sorry. Maureen, you had a...
If we have monies allocated for substitutes and we have not yet used those monies, can someone explain to me why we can't allocate those monies for this role?
Why it's in addition? Is that what you're asking? Why is it
mean,
addition?
No, no, it's,
Why is it in addition? If we have
Not in addition.
unexpended funds for substitutes, can't they be allocated to this particular role? And then with the knowledge that we may expend them, but they're unexpended now and we have monies available, assuming that there are still monies available, and everything I've heard leads me to conclude that there is.
No, I think it's a good point, but I think procedurally, that would be like, if you had money for something else in the budget, could you use it for more of what you in other words, do we just approve a budget in totality, or do we approve line items when they come through?
Well, we've already approved for a substitute,
So-
and Gina has cast this role as that of a substitute.
Maureen, I think you're right. And I think to Mike's last point, generally speaking, like technically what you approve is called an itemized estimate of expenditures. And you approve it in its totality. And on the Connecticut State law, it gives you the flexibility to move things around. I think Gina's point and bring it forward is it's sort of a new sort of thing. And I think she want to make sure you're all aware of it. To your point, Maureen, it is a substitute. Paying for it, that's not an issue. I think the point was just to give you all some notification that that's what we're talking about doing.
Okay, so to that point then, if this is not necessarily an additional item, then I would advance that we could vote on this now. If Gina thinks it's an immediate need, if it would release other teachers to do what they're best able to do, teach, and if we can find someone to even take on this role, which is questionable anyway, we should just approve this.
Yeah.
and this is a 90-day duration, right, that we're looking for as
For the rest of this year.
for the rest of this year as a result of the pandemic. This is not a role we're looking to convert into a full-time employee.
Not a continuing future going expenditure, or it's not being cast as one to me.
Right.
Correct.
But then Maureen, if your point, which, I can accept, is valid,
You
then
better accept it, Mike.
why do we need to vote on it?
We need to vote on the concept that we're going to use this as a substitute teaching role, because it does have some auspices of teaching in that other teachers are presently doing it.
Right, but okay.
So it's really a role classification question to me more than a financial one.
I would answer your question, Mike, by saying it's a courtesy to Clarence's point.
I guess, yeah.
So, but
Well-
Maureen, if you want me to make a motion, or do you want to?
Yeah.
I'd be happy to have you make the motion since you're better at than I, and I'd be happy to
Okay.
second it.
And I guess the trade-off before the motion, I can discuss it after we make the motion, is, it's $9,700 that is going to this role to free up a teacher as opposed to pay for a substitute teacher to sit in a class. So as long as, the building's comfortable with having that switch of being able to get current teachers into, classrooms or cafeteria or wherever they need to be, and foregoing another substitute or dollars towards a substitute, then this seems like a good direction.
Absolutely.
Can we,
All right. So I think that sounds like if there is another discussion on motion, I think, Cheryl, I think you were nominated.
hook. Okay.
You're on the hook for that.
I'm trying to formulate the words as
I was trying to give you some time there.
So I move to continue to utilize substitute funds for the specific purpose of paying for a supervisory substitute of $100 per day plus FICA for 90 days, totaling $9,688.50.
Seconded.
All right. Any further discussions? I've got Cheryl and Maureen for the motion. All right. Any further discussion? All right. Then all in favor, signify by aye in your hand so I can count. All right. That looks unanimous. Passes 8-0 unanimously. All right. So I'm assuming moving forward, we'll post this and get on staffing that role.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, so I think that's it. Tabling the other part until we get some more information about where the funds are coming from for the DBT program. We'll close down item A and get to item B. And just looking at the clock, being wary, we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour, and we still have a few more items. I think, is this Dr. Harrison, right now, is this, you're going to start us off on the new item B, timing and logistics for return?
Yes. Given the hour, I will be very brief, but just try to give you a picture of sort of where we are. There are three main considerations with this discussion of moving back to full in-person learning at the high school. The first is the health data, the second is classroom density, and then the third are just around logistics. So taking the first one, the health data first, you'll see that on the district website, we have the new COVID-19 dashboard that gives us a picture of the number of cases per day per 100,000 for Easton and Reading. We had been looking at that individually, but now on our dashboard, we're showing the combined number. So right now we are at 51. And you'll recall when we made the switch earlier in the year for our K-8 districts to shift back to from full in-person to hybrid and then shifting to remote, our numbers were much lower then. So if you look at the on the district website, there's the CDC school transmission risk guidelines, and based on those risk categories, that has highest risk of transmission within schools at somewhere above 200 cases per day on average over a 14-day period. The next range of higher risk of transmission is 50 to 100, and then moderate risk of transmission is 20 to 50. So since the start of the school year, we've been looking at the numbers that we got from the state kind of as those goalposts or guideposts of when to consider different learning models. And what the state had us in as far as what's red, the state gave us 25 cases per day. So what we've seen since the start of the school year that many districts around us have been able to still remain with some level of in-person learning, with their numbers increasing well above 25 new cases per day on average. And so in the DPH calls that I participate in weekly, and then with our health directors, we've felt comfortable shifting shifting that sort of target number around where to start making changes much higher than 25. As I mentioned on our site right now, we are looking at 51 between both districts. So much higher than 25. And some of that is based on things that we've learned in districts around us. Given where our health data is, we always talk about some of the specifics around that data with our health directors during our weekly calls. What we've seen over the last several weeks in East and Reading is an uptick in the number of high school age residents who are testing positive. So we know that it's not just community numbers, but we're seeing the numbers reflected at the high school with the number of cases that we're seeing. So that is something that we are watching really carefully as we're considering timing around what would make sense to go full in. There's no magic number of where we would need to be in order to say, all right, let's snap our fingers and shift to in-person learning. Because some of what we're trying to work with at the high school is not just looking at the health data alone, but then looking at our ability to implement the other mitigation strategies. And of course, one of them is the ability to have appropriate social distancing. So that takes us to the second area around classroom density. The intent of the hybrid model was to reduce the classroom density to about half, so about 50% of the building or the 50% of the students being in the building at one time. As Gina reported in her numbers tonight, based on cohort A, B, C, and D, at any given moment, we have about probably about 42% of the total school population learning in person. And that, of course, is based on the students in either cohort A or B by alphabet, and then the number of students who we have in cohort D who are attending school 5 days a week. So because we're seeing the increase in the number of students in cohort C, that's giving us a wiggle room as far as increasing the number of students that we have learning in person. So I think that whereas we initially came to this discussion with thinking about basically three options where we are either all in, all out learning in distance or remote, or all in hybrid, that we can play around with the hybrid ratios to work towards getting a higher percentage of our students who are coming to school on a daily basis. So the administration has been really looking at cohort D and making adjustments to that cohort D in relationship to cohort C and the number of students who are choosing to go all out. In talking with students, I found this in the discussion that I had with them last week, and then also just in the discussion administration has been having with them. It appears that a number of students have made the decision, or their families have made the decision, to shift into cohort C for the remainder of this semester, but there's some talk about then coming back in part of the next semester, which is February 1st. So one of the things that we want to do going forward, and Gina mentioned this, is to get a sense from our families, just a quick survey to say, if we were going full in, how many of you would feel comfortable bringing having your students return to school on a full-time basis? Of course, we did that earlier in the year, but our health data at the time looked really different. And so what we see in our school and in districts around us, at the high school level, the number of students in cohort C all around us is increasing. And so we want to get a better picture of what that looks like as we're thinking about increasing that percentage to higher than just 50% with the hybrid model. And then the last thing is around logistics. And so in preparation for shifting to full in, the administration has been working on developing a schedule that would support a really smooth transition to full in, so that what we talked about earlier this year when we were discussing what would need to happen in order to go full in. There was conversation about getting additional PPEs ready and in place. Administration has done that. Looking at adjusting classroom location for some of those classes where students would need more space, and so they've been working on that. And then the last piece of logistics is around having a schedule that could support that smooth transition. And so they're working on that. So those three things are kind of the big focused areas. The one big sort of piece that's out there as well that I think will have a really strong impact on not just our high school, but high schools in general, and the shift back to full in-person learning, sort of where we are in the vaccination process. Because that does, that could potentially allow for some relaxation around the number of students that we could safely have in a classroom. Because one of the things that we know is that we have some accommodations with several of our teachers that we put in place related to their medical needs. And the model that we're in really supports that. The concern would be if we were to just bring everyone back in tomorrow, that then some of those accommodations, we'd have to rethink what that looks like, and that would then become its own challenge. So there's the potential that the vaccine could eliminate that as a complete issue at all. But given that we are right now at about 42% with our hybrid, one of the things that we want to do, if we look at a sort of target percentage of what would it look like to have, between 60 and 70% of our students in the building at one time, even if we're not full in, that we could kind of restructure our cohorting to allow for more of that going forward. So that really is sort of what administration is focusing on as we're approaching the second semester. And given where we are sort of in this post-holiday spike, I mean, I think that I would feel much more comfortable. And in talking with the health directors, even this past week, in our conversation with them, we discussed specifics around the high school. And they agree that it makes sense to stay in a hybrid for now. But I do think that there's potential for us to be able to revisit that from a health standpoint, given the ability to sort of fiddle around a little bit with the percentages related to cohorts. So that's sort of just an overview. Really, one of the things that I just wanted to stress, I know the last time that we talked about this, it was several meetings ago, and I wanted to assure the board that we are still, that it is still our position that in-school learning is the best for our students, and we're looking at ways, even if we can't get to 100%, to get to higher, and to do that in a really clear and strategic way. So part of what administration has been doing is analyzing the students, those students in cohort D by grade level, and really getting a sense of, how does that sort of play out from a grade level standpoint, and are we identifying and meeting the needs of the students who need that full in-person learning the most. So it is, we are looking to find sort of this fourth option beyond in, out, or hybrid. It's sort of like a hybrid plus. So hybrid at a 70% or 60 or 70% versus just thinking about 50. And when we look at where we are at 42%, that gives us a lot of wiggle room.
All right, now I'll open up to discussion. I have a couple of questions.
Any sense on when the administration might have an idea of this hybrid plus, and what will be communicated to families in the interim?
Okay, Gina, I'll let you jump in.
Thank you. So what we'd like to do, is, Cheryl and the board, is to get some better information from our families and see if we decided to come all in. So what we've seen in neighboring towns is that when a school has decided to come all in, that cohort C has expanded. That could work in our favor, because if we could bring in cohorts A and B, and D obviously would be there, if that cohort C was large enough, then that could influence our decision to move into one step closer to an all-in model. So I think when Dr. Harrison and I were speaking earlier, we spoke about asking the community what they would be, what their pleasure would be in coming all in or staying in a hybrid, or staying all out. So until we get that information, now we know that we are looking at the second semester, which again is only 2 weeks away, but we would be in a position to, when those three factors were able to line up, we would be in a position to come up with a date and a time and be able to get more of our students in the building, all the students that would like to be.
So just to recap, make sure I understand. So we're basically saying we're not going all in right now at the beginning of the second semester. And we can't get the 588 students as identified earlier in cohorts A, B, and D all into the building at one time right now. Is that correct in my understanding?
So Ty, are you talking about can we do that by the start of the second semester?
Second semester, yes, that's what we've been talking about, of having in the second semester going to all in. So basically cohorts A, B, and D, which is the fully in person, having all those kids in the building at the same time. And it sounds like now we're not sure we can do that.
Yeah, I think that if we look at the three areas, that health data, class density, and logistics, so I think logistics, I think that we'd be set. I think class density, we'd be set. I think we just need to look at
Health data.
What cohort C will help. So it's really only the health data. And so, you know, I see us being on the downside, in a good way, the downside of the post-holiday spike. So I don't think it's out of the question.
Okay, so just again to recap, so because the last time we had talked about this, there were some bathrooms that needed some ventilation, and there were partitions that need to be done, and we need to figure out lunch schedule and classroom schedules and number of students in classroom and all that, and moving classrooms around. We have all that figured out, or we still have some of those things to figure out in the next 2 weeks?
We have, I don't think we've done our final count of classrooms. That's something that we're doing this week and next week, but it is definitely something that would be done for February 1st. So we're operating as if we would be all in February 1st logistically. Whether the health data supports that or not is something that I can't say right now, but we will we're confident that we will have a schedule and a building and PPEs in place. But there are those other factors that we have to look at. As far as
and that's kind of where I was, where I'm going with this is, again, if there's any other impediments or roadblocks that we need to move, as far as, we need partitions or PPE, this would be the time to, we've got the board here to make, those decisions and help fund those if that need be. But it sounds like all that is close to being done or done, and it's a matter of health data that we need to look at.
So while we were in distance learning, I just wanted to give a shout out to our amazing custodians and maintenance crew under the direction of Walter Zudak. They created those partitions that we were talking about in an all-in model. We know that students would be closer than we'd like them to be in certain areas. Computer rooms where they're facing each other on the computer. And so their planning and ingenuity has saved us a lot of money. What they've created is a prototype of desk dividers that we've deployed to certain rooms now, and it seems to be working. And it's a much lower cost the one of the final pieces that Walter is putting in place now is better ventilation. There is ventilation in the cafeteria, but we're looking at a better system to exhaust air out of the cafeteria and using fans to do that. And so that is one last piece that we know is going into place. And then Jen Damaris works going room to room to make sure that in an all-in model, we have enough desks and they're adequately spaced apart. And then if that can't be accomplished in that room, where can we move people for that second semester? So we're confident that logistically we'll be set to go. I just don't know about numbers.
Okay. Yeah, because I think, again, it's important for parents in the community, right? If they know in 2 weeks, they need to make a decision if they're going to be all in or stay remote, right? Now they can start thinking about it. And if we're going to be polling and asking, right, if they're going to move into cohort C to be fully remote, knowing full well, our plan is to go in February. I think that will help parents make a decision, right?
We just have to wait for those health data numbers, but yes.
Sure. Yeah. Barring the health data.
in
Absolutely. Yeah.
September in that second semester.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we're hoping to do.
Gina, a quick question. Do you have any data on the kids that are all in every day now? Like, does their number of, COVID cases, is it higher than the kids who were in hybrid, or is it less? Is there any?
That's a great question. Do you know, I don't have the data on our COVID positive students and what cohort they are in. I think I could get you that information, but I don't have that handy. I do know that it makes contact tracing more challenging when it's a student who is, so we've had COVID positive cases and we have not had to do contact tracing because the student was not in a cohort that was in the building at the time that they were contagious. When it's a cohort D student, we know they're in the building. And so it just makes it a little trickier and a little more time consuming.
Karen, I will tell you that we've been, all of the reports of positive cases end up coming to central office, and we talk about them with our tri-district nurse coordinator. We haven't seen any significant differences by cohort. And even when we're looking at cohort C students, there hasn't been a real difference between the different cohorts.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Thank you. I also have one other question. Are we still doing half-day Wednesdays? No. So Wednesdays are full days? Okay.
Other questions? Again, if we could just recap, I think for parents, right, in the community, what the expectation, are we sending another survey to folks, or how are we going to, do one last understanding if people want to move around, knowing that, the plan is still to go all in the 1st of February in the new semester.
So I have a question, related to that as well, which, it seems like, I'm seeking consistency, I'm seeking clarity, and it seems like we're making data-driven decisions, and the building and the logistics are fine. We're waiting for the health data. But then I'm wondering, why are we asking parents what their preference is if we're basing it solely on the data? And then when you consider that the data now is almost twice what it was when we went all out back in November, and then we've learned that, I guess we're basing it on empirical evidence with other districts or other schools that were all in, or that had students in. But then we're saying that we don't like the data, so we're not going. I guess I'm just looking for some clarity, for some consistency, for some. Is there a way we can give a target date, a number that says, okay, when the number goes to X, we feel it's it's safe to go back to school, because, you know, full disclosure, I have never been one to advocate for going back to school pre-vaccine. I think whenever there's a risk, it's too much risk for me. But I also do understand that certain students do much better in the school setting, and I want to obviously give the students what's best, you know, meet their needs. But I'm so torn. I don't know which direction we're going, because we seem like on the one hand we're doing data, but then we're asking parents. I don't know where we're going. We had said we were targeting the first of the semester, but now it seems like we're not going in first of the semester. I
don't think that the data they're requesting is trying to drive the decision. It's more, you know, how are people moving in cohorts, right? I mean, we saw a spike of 209 up to 240 in 5 days into cohort C. So if people know, you know, we really are going in on the first, you know, there may be more movement of people coming out of that fully remote or more going into the fully remote.
So,
and that really just helps us to understand when we talk about what will be the density in the classroom when we're full in. If our cohort stayed exactly how they are, then we would be around 70% of our students full in person,
right,
at any time. But if most of the people in cohort C say, you know what, if we go full in, we're going to be there, and then planning for 90% of the students to be in the building is very different than planning for 70% of students to be in the building. And so that might require, well, let's go back and make sure that we have the right that we have the right classroom layout. And it's really not a determining factor, Mike, but it's from a planning standpoint to help make sure that our logistics are in place and that they'll be effective for the right percentage of students. And the easy answer to the question of, is there a target number? I mean, this is the thing that I get asked the most. The easiest answer is that there's not. And you know, we've had that conversation with our health directors. There's not any target number, and part of what it means to really dig into that data is we're not just looking at an overall number, because that number really is just pointing to the potential level of risk. But then within that number, we're also looking at what are the trends of what we're seeing in the increase of numbers with our particular communities. So if that number drops significantly, but all of the new positive cases are all school-age children, then that's very different than the number being still really high, but that's all because of, let's say, people over 65. And so those are the kinds of discussions that we're having with our health directors, which is why there is no specific target number. And that's what makes this more of a complex discussion and decision for.
right. And I understand that. So, but I guess question number one is, could we put 818 students in the building?
So
that would be question one. And so if we can't do that, then how many students could we actually put in the building? And again, to the point that if we give a survey and it gives us an idea, and let's just say 400 opt to go, you know, to online learning, they can change their mind at a certain point when we're all in, and then all of a sudden you're in a very different situation as well. So that's where I'm kind of struggling, and it's obviously I don't want anyone to get the virus, but is our decision being based on students and staff contracting the virus? Is the data and the decisions we're making based on community transmission, based upon, you know, a spread during the school that goes out to the community?
But Mike, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding your question. Are you asking, is it, you know, are we basing the decision on we can't be 100%, we can only be 70% capacity, or we're basing the decision on the health data?
No, I think question one is, can we put everyone in the building, right? If that was an option, if everyone opted to come back, could we fit everyone in the building? And if not, how many could we put in, right? That's a question we should know to be able to plan our decision. And the question that I had relating to data was just, again, it just seems like I'm not understanding what data we're using, because they're all in at the K-8. So I don't understand, the philosophy. I'm trying to better understand the philosophy.
So I can answer the first part of your question, which is we are planning a schedule that that will allow all of our students to be in the building. So we're coming up with a lunch schedule that we could feed 818 students. We're coming up with PPEs with class desks, and that's what we're working on right now. I think the important information to ascertain for our staff is how big will cohort C be? As Dr. Harrison mentioned, we do have staff that have medical needs that are being accommodated. I would need to know from the staff members who will go out on medical leave. We have staff right now that are on medical leave, even in our hybrid model. If we were in a full distance learning model, perhaps they wouldn't need to leave. We've been able to make accommodations to have the staff members in the building. If we were at 70% capacity, would the doctors that are advising our staff, would they agree that yes, they could stay teaching? If we were at 100%, would those staff members need to leave the building? I need to get a handle on that number as well, because that will inform, can we staff our classes going forward? And those are all those important data points. But the important answer, I think, Mike, that you're looking for is, are we planning to have 100% in the building, and can we do it? And the answer is that's exactly what we're planning. Lunch for 818. How do we do that, knowing that there are so many restrictions to how they sit and spacing them out and all of those things. That's what we're logistically able to do. Whether the other numbers will hold up is part of that ongoing conversation that we'll have with Dr. Harrison, and he'll have with the health officials, and we can make a decision. Jen? Yeah.
Yeah, and just the one difference in classrooms. So our teachers who might have health issues, right now they're able to stay at that 6 foot distance. When we're all in, we're going to be at 3 feet in most classes at most times. So that's the big difference. And I think that's what families need to know when they're making decisions. That's how we planned, because that was the guidance we were given.
I appreciate that. It just, the more I ask questions, the more it sounds like maybe there still are logistical issues that need to be worked out. But no, I appreciate it. I don't want to, drone on. I just, I'm trying to better understand, what our, what's driving our decisions. Again, they're data driven. And so then what would it take for everyone to go back?
Well, and it sounds like, again, I'm hearing we're planning for 100% capacity in the building. We need to understand a little bit about some teaching scenarios, but 100% capacity back in the building, and depending on the health data. And we're looking only at 2 models when we switch to all in, right? It's all in or remote. There's no hybrid as a third option, just to be clear for public watching.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then I'm sorry, was there going to be some kind of parent survey or communication that's going to go back out, just again for the members of the public watching? So sometime between now and the beginning of February, is that the plan?
Yeah, so there'll be the initial the survey, and then the follow-up from the survey. Here's the plan and next steps.
Okay. And people should still target the beginning of the next semester is what we're looking at, right? From a date perspective for people to plan.
Yes.
Because I know we have to have that. I have a senior there, so we're going to have the same conversation in my house over there. What are we going to do in the next 2 weeks? So, all right. Any other discussions on this topic? Thank you. Thank you for the information there. All right. Our next item was a presentation on visible thinking, decision making about Barlow's future. And Julie, I hate to have you come on at 10:30 at night to do a presentation, but if you're still willing and able to do that, I'll turn it over to you and to Dr. Penn to go through, and appreciate the brevity in the presentation at the hour. But thank you for hanging on this long to bring us this information.
Yeah, I appreciate that introduction. Gina, I'm sorry, did you want to say something first?
I was going to introduce you, Julie, because I know this is like your best time at night is like 10:30, right? And so I apologize for the length of the meeting and the time that you're presenting this, but the team put this together last year. It was the first time you saw a visible thinking presentation. Julie has done by far the most work in the graphs that you're going to see. And we thought, especially since I knew I would be speaking quite a bit, that it was great to have a different voice and Julie's clear articulation of our thinking. What we would ask is that we let Julie go through the presentation. It's about 30 slides. We figured a minute a slide or so, and we can get through this part in about a half hour, but really then take the time to go back and ask those questions so that our thinking about how we're going to be planning the budget, make decisions there, and looking at Barlow's future is clear to the board and to the public. So thank you, Julie. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am aware we're entering the 4th hour of your meeting this evening. This is a long presentation. I'm going to go slow enough, just there are a lot of details so that you can be listening and thinking about what's being shared. The slides are numbered, so if you're jotting notes, you could note perhaps the slide that you have a question about. So
yeah, so for board members, let's hold questions till the end so Julie can get to the material.
So we always begin our presentations rooted in our enduring goals and aspirations. What we're highlighting here for board members who are familiar, community members, is really elevating the mission of ER9. In the last couple of years, we spent a lot more time considering the mission of all 5 of our schools towards academic excellence, building a caring community, and cultivating future-ready learners. So we're placing that one up front just to emphasize it, and it perhaps is a set of enduring goals and aspirations that you may be a little less familiar with seeing, whereas on this slide, I think board members, especially many people in our community, right, they're very familiar with our ER9 goal statement and JBHS belief and core value statements. We're all very familiar with our 3 C's, and they continue to guide our decision-making. And this is a decision-making framework that was shared last January in our presentation. We were highlighting for you that when we're making decisions, we're always concerning ourselves with the safety of our students and our staff, our legal requirements, as well as our graduation requirements. We take into consideration our mission and our vision of the Barlow graduate, and the consequences of those decisions as well, and the financial impact. In some case, there's a positive where we're able to reduce, and then times where that would be money added to that operating budget. So these are the subcategories that, again, we shared with you last year. We wanted to point out to you that this year, when it comes to safety, we're really even more mindful than ever about the emotional and physical safety of our students and staff, as well as that academic safety. We continue to focus on the 50 credit requirement. So it's an opportunity just to remind you that it is our current sophomore class that does need to earn 50 credits in order to graduate. We're focused underneath that on the mastery credit and the world language credit. We feel very good about the humanities and STEM electives, but those have our attention. And then we highlighted for you here those ABC mission statements again, and how we're elevating them. So if you're trying to remember what was this presentation last year, it's possible that this table reminds you and brings you back to that presentation. There's a lot of information on here, and so I'm going to break it down a little bit for you, bring your attention to a few things. So again, this is our chart from last January 2020. I'm using it to orient you to the fact that in the leftmost column, what you have there are all of our academic disciplines. These are all of our general education disciplines for students. We have broken apart the languages because it's important to us to track the language, the world language that students are studying. We like to see how many students we have in French versus Latin versus virtual and Spanish. So that's why that one's broken apart. Across the top, you'll see those 4 columns with the blue border. In the leftmost column, that was our enrollment last year in the 2019-2020 school year. On October 1st, we had 855 students. And then there's a lot of detail, but that's detail that's in there underneath is very important to us. What you have is how many students were in our 9th grade, which was 215, our 10th grade, 214th, and so forth. Because then when we go to the next year, and last year you had asked us to project out 3 school years, we then need to look at the Prouder report to see not only how many students he's projecting we will have in the building in its entirety, but how those students are distributed among the 4 grade levels. And that's because a lot of the courses are by grade levels. Many are contain students across grade levels, but some of our courses, of course, are by grade level. So it's really important that we see the distribution of students across those grades. And they're color coded. So if you started in the leftmost column, our current sophomores last year, class of 2023, when they were 9th graders, there were 215 of them. Let me just go here, right? So there were 215 of them last year. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Then when they move on to this school year, there's 213, so they move down a slot to the 10th grade. Then they move down a slot to the 11th grade, and then they move down to when they're going to graduate here as 12th graders. And by and large, the number of students that are within a grade level stays consistent as they move throughout the 4 years at Barlow. And so you're seeing new colors come in as new classes come in from the 8th grade. What you see along the bottom, the 5635, that was the total FTE for last year. That was an actual number. The actual number in an FTE equates to sections of courses that we're running for students. So we're always careful to be sure that it's understood. That doesn't equate to people per se, 100%. It really is equating to the number of sections of courses that we're offering to students. And so 5635 was the total FTE, an actual number for last school year. And you had asked us to project out to what degree did we think we might be able to reduce FTE going into this school year, and then a second year, and then a third year. And then we were able to show you that we projected that over 3 years, we thought we might be able to reduce 6.15 FTE. And so this is the chart with all the details within it that add up to all of those bottom numbers and the number in the bottom right hand corner. Of course, if we're putting numbers out for you, just a little bit of context. So we have those reminders for you. If you're trying to understand, well, what's a 0.1? What does that equate to? That would equate to a section, one classroom of a semester course. And then the other numbers are there if you wanted to go back and try to analyze and understand the numbers a little bit better. But if we're going to put numbers in, we wanted to provide you some context for what those numbers equate to. Okay, so the next several slides, what we wanted to help everybody to see, not only board members, but people in the community, we're asked to provide projections, and we agree with trying to do that to get a sense of where we're headed in the next 1, 2, and 3 years. We just wanted to underscore the variability of the Prouder numbers that we receive a year, 2 years, and 3 years in the future of an actual enrollment, because it's not minor how much that they are up or down from the actual number. They actually vary quite a bit. And so we just wanted to illustrate that for all of you. So where I'm starting, this is our current school year, the 2021 school year. And in this case, it wasn't an October 1st date, it was actually a December date that he took a snapshot of our enrollment. And so for this school year, our actual enrollment is 825. Now, if you go all the way back in 2016, 2017, when Prouda sent us his projections, he projected a much smaller school. Back in 2016, 2017, that was 4 years ago, he projected that we were only going to be 759 students big. The next year, he moved us way up. So he moved us 50 students up in just making that, that 1 year adjustment. So that was not a minor thing, right? He wasn't moving us up by 2, 3, 10, 15 students. He said, I'm way off here. I need to move you up 50 students to 809. The next school year, he moved us up another 33 students. And so, just 2 years prior, if you had asked what we would be, we were thinking we might be around 842. And then he brought us back down. He was a little bit high, so then he came back down to 831, and here we are at 825. So he says this in his report, and I will show it to you, and I think it's just common sense. The closer you are to the actual year, the more information you have, and the closer you're going to be to actually projecting what the school enrollment size would be. But as you go out, of course, just 2 years prior, he had us at 17 more than we are. 3 years prior, he had us 16 lower than what we actually are, and 4 years prior, he's quite lower than what we ended up being. So we just wanted to look back at a couple more years and see, was this an abnormality? Is this pretty much the trend? So we looked back to the 1920 school year, and you can see again, when you're just 1 year out, you're pretty close. He was just 9 high. You go back 3 years, and again, this just to point out, right, we are doing projections for you 3 years in advance. In this case, he would have given us a projection that was 61 students lower than we actually ended up being. And this one takes those 2 years, puts them on here, adds the yellow line. The yellow line is for 1819. And again, just shows you 1 year prior, he was 18 low. 2 years prior, he was 48 low. So we're just mindful as we give projections that it is a bit of a moving target. It's also just important to note, it's hard to know which direction it's going to go. So he was moving up. He was moving up, he was moving up, and then he started to come back down. So in any given year, we're not quite sure, is he going to continue in the direction that he has been headed in making those projections. So that was a look back at the 3 prior school years. And then as a team, we wanted to take a look forward to see how his projections have been going for us for the years we're actually projecting for you this year. So Prouda's projection for next school year is 815. And last year he told us, expect about 821. So that's not too much of a change. But if you look back a little bit more, again, you go back, this is 24 low, but this was 68 low. I'm going to keep going here just so that you can, again, I think, get the idea that the projections, they're not minor adjustments from year to year. Oftentimes, they're quite considerable. So the 3 top lines, the blue, the red, and the yellow, those are the years that we'll be projecting for you in this presentation and for this year. So we're projecting for you for next school year, that's the blue. And going back and revising those projections, he just made a small adjustment there of 6. We made a projection last year for you for the 22-23 year. We've made revisions to that. And the revisions, right now you're making a revision for 24 fewer students. And then this is a new one because now that we've had an actual year, we're adding on the next school year, which is the 23-24 school year. And, just out of interest, we went into the future a little bit more just to see if the trends here were similar, and they vary a little bit when you go farther out. So in spending so much time with the Prouder report and reading through, just to state again, what I think we all already know, he says it as well, that the method he's using usually does not attempt to predict the future. Its key assumption is that the near future will be like the recent past. And he has some narrative underneath it, and I highlighted just a piece where he's really saying to us that the way to use the Prouder report is for something a little larger, for school construction. It's not meant to, as he says, attempt to predict the future or to have this fine accuracy in doing so. So we take that into consideration. Doesn't mean we don't do the test, because we all want to have a sense of where we're headed into the future. It's just for all of us to be mindful of just how much variation is in there. So here we are back at this chart. This is the chart that we provided for you last year in January of 2020. And the first thing that we were wondering about is how accurate were we in making these projections for you in this first column. So just remember, this is the actual. This was the actual, this 2019, 2020. And then we did 3 years of projection. So we wanted to know for this school year, we have actual numbers. How accurate, how close were we in hitting the marks that we had set, that we anticipated with a lot of careful thought. And we also wanted to look at the bottom number there too, that reduction in 3 FTE. Oops, my apologies. All right, so the leftmost column has the actuals. The middle column has what we projected for this school year. And this rightmost column is showing you the 3 areas where what we projected for you ended up being what our reduction was. So in English and Spanish and theater, what we anticipated for a reduction, or in the case of theater, a small addition, was what ended up happening for this school year. And then there were a lot of areas where we actually found we were able to reduce more than we thought we might be able to. So we're always going to bring you those reductions if we find them. And we found them in 6 different disciplines. So just taking a moment, right? I mean, some of them are small. This is just one section, one semester section of a music class. This is just one semester section of a social studies class, but wherever we can find it, we're going to bring reductions in that. We're trying to have class sizes that are within the range that we would want to have, and we don't want to have more sections than we need, so that the classes are so small, right? When we can bring you that reduction. Not to mention that those are areas where we were able to reduce more than we had thought we might be able to. But honestly, it balances out with other areas where we thought we might be able to find more reductions than we were able to do. And so again, many of them they're just slight. We thought we might be able to reduce a 0.4 in art and technology, and we were only able to find a 0.3 in order to really meet students' needs. In some cases, it was a programmatic decision led by the board. So we thought we might be able, or we might be reducing a section of Latin. And the decision was to, in fact, keep that commitment to our students who were already in Latin at the high school, as well as at John Reed, and allow them the opportunity to continue their study of Latin. So we did not see a reduction in Latin. And how does it turn out overall? Well, honestly, we were really very happy about this. Our overall reduction in FTE ended up being 2.875, really very close to that 3 number. And if you were to go back and had we say reduced in Latin, well, that would have brought us right up to that 3 FTE mark. So we were pleased with that, but also it doesn't really come with too much surprise because we were only 1 year out. So the projected numbers that we were working with were really pretty close. Honestly, last year at this time, we had a little bit of a sense of which courses students were enrolling in, because that usually begins at the beginning of January. That's one change for this year because we are a couple of weeks behind. wouldn't say behind, it's just an adjustment due to the later start of the school year, the later end time for the semester and so forth. But we had a little bit more insight here that you don't have in the second and third years of the projections. But just being able to come within the ballpark of what you anticipated for your reduction of FTE doesn't necessarily provide you all the evidence that you reduced the degree to which you should have. And so another important thing to let the board and the community know is that last year we presented to the Board of Education Curriculum Committee responding to questions about how many of our courses were running at a class size average of 15 or fewer, and how many classes had even just one section at 15 or fewer. And so that's an analysis that's really interesting and important to us to track those courses that tend to be on the smaller size, 15 or fewer. And it was something that we were, again, very interested in doing again this year to see which courses were remaining on that list, which courses were coming off of that list, which new courses were we adding to that list. And what you see here is both last year and this year, when you look at the courses that are on that list, they clump in categories. And so when it comes to, I'll take the top first, the average class size of 15 or fewer. Last year, we had 24 courses that were on that list. This year, we have 22 courses. That's fewer than 5% of the sections of courses that we're offering to students. And when you look at them, they tend to be our AP courses, as well as other advanced and terminal courses. So whether that's an advanced robotics course, whether that's a Spanish 6 course, they tend to be ones that's the last course that you're going to take in that discipline. They also tend to be courses that have a modified curriculum and ones that are providing students with foundational concept and skill development. So out of the 22 courses, that gives you a sense of what 20 of them you could put in those two categories. And when it comes to the classes that have one section at 15 or fewer, last year we had 12, and this year we have 11. That's just over 2% of our courses. And again, there's a couple of AP courses among those. And then the others tend to be core courses and music courses where you're just on that cusp. So there are a few too many students for one, or a few too many students to have just two sections. So you need to add that additional section, and then that ends up driving the number of students in each section down. So these are courses like pre-calculus, or I should say honors pre-calculus. These are courses physics. These are not elective courses. These are courses where you wouldn't want to, I wouldn't think, stop students in their sequential path in their program that they're in. But you also just can't run a course at 35. Some other examples, I was just looking, Advanced Spanish 4, Advanced English, Concert Choir. All right, so with this slide, coming back to the chart, so we did our analysis to see how we did with that year one of our projection. And now you see we have the actual numbers in there for year one. And then the blue rectangle is around last year's projection for year two. And we had thought maybe in year two, we might be able to reduce by as much as 1.6 FTE. But honestly, we're really not sure that we can. And so you're going to see a shift really from year two into year three. The rightmost column now is showing you that revised projection for year two. And so with English, it's quite possible we might still be able to reduce by 0.2 FTE, but it doesn't come with a whole lot of confidence. There's a lot that's coming into play with regard to COVID and how that's impacting our ability to do projections and what the needs will be in order to determine the number of sections, and I'll explain that. We didn't think there would be a change in math or science, and we still don't. Even social studies, you see there, we weren't sure if there would be one. 0 was in that column. We don't think there would probably be a change. Wellness, we reduced a little bit less this year. We reduced by just 0.1. I'm sorry, we reduced by 0.4 instead of 0.5. We think we can pick up the balance of that. And so instead of reducing by 0.1, there's a possibility we could reduce by 0.2. and wellness. The world languages, we do think we're going to need that space for students. And so you see all those no changes, and then you see them all the way down. So where COVID is going to make things more challenging for this year, and this is a good place to explain. Usually at this time, projecting for next year, we would know a little bit more about what courses students were enrolling in and where numbers were falling out. That's one piece of information we don't have at this point. So there's more, there's a little less confidence than we had last year in projecting out for next school year for you. Another place where we don't quite have as much information as we've had in the past is we have a pretty good record, a historical record of what percentage of our students move within levels. So coming out of 9th grade and into 10th grade, in English, for example, we see pretty much the same percentage of our students each year that move into the advanced English, and then those who take English 2. We can't be as certain this year. When it comes to math levels, and there are many, we can't be as certain. So using our historical data to predict how many students are going to go into the different levels is, it just, the confidence in it is less than it's been in the past. The other piece, and this is all summarized on another slide, the other piece is that we often use mid-year data, student assessment data, to help them to select the course that's best for them. We're thinking more and more that we will need students' end of year data to be sure that they are in the correct course, the one that's going to be the best placement for them. That can ultimately mean that there will need to be some shifting around, and we just can't have class sizes so large that it becomes hard to find them a seat in those classes. So when we did projections for you early on, we were really pushing the 25, 26, 24 class size. And by and large, we kind of still are, but it's just something that we're aware of, that there's going to need to be some room, some flexibility, as students may need to shift around, especially when it comes to the levels. And so final year, and if you just focus, so this is going out that very last year. So we thought in the 3rd year, we might be able to bring you a reduction of 1.5 FTE with a grand total of 6.15. And so what you see here actually is, while for next year, it's much less than we had shared with you last year, we think the year after it might be the time when we're going to be better able to reduce by more sections of courses. It's just falling out up here. Math, the reason you get these numbers like this is you have to accumulate a few students here, a few students here, a few students here until you can collapse a course. It's not quite the same when it comes to something that's the entire grade level is taking the same class, such as wellness. So by and large, though, when you come to the end point here, you know, we were saying, I think it was 6.15. We're saying now maybe it's closer to 5.675. But again, it's because we're not reducing Latin. That's a programmatic change. This initially was a reduction of 0.4, which would have brought this very close to that 6.1. So overall, we do think across the 3 years, the projections, while they're shifting between the 2 years, still coming out about the same, which leaves us just for the last column. Now we've got to add, this is the first time projecting for you, the 2023-2024 school year. Being 3 years out, this would be the one we have the least confidence with, but that is not to say that with each and every one of these, care wasn't taken to look at where students would be. It's not a glance, get a sense, put down a 0.4, even though we know that there's a lot of chance for error given the lack of reliability along the way. We're actually going course by course within each of these disciplines, using the numbers of students from prior years and trying to make a very informed determination as to what the projected and possible reduction in FTEs could be. So we take that 3 FTE reduction with great caution, and yet at the same time, this column was done with great care. And so here's your summary of what I said before about the historical data being a little bit shakier as a result of COVID. That will need that end of year data to really help to be sure that students are in appropriate courses for them, as well as a need for some room within courses so students are able to move around as needed. To state the obvious, our goal is to place students where they'll thrive, be challenged. We also want to make sure they can explore their interests so that they're ready for post-secondary and they're in preparing for their career goals. Only 2 slides are left. This one is our set of priorities. We're very mindful and planning for assessing the impact of COVID on student content, knowledge, and skills. We're planning for how we're going to address those gaps individually and systemically. This 3rd bullet is here with great intention. It's not just put in there because it's put in there. This is very important to us. We absolutely want to make sure that we are upholding our ER9 and Region 9 mission, vision, beliefs, and expectations. We don't want to lose sight of those. And we know we need to strengthen school climate and culture during this time of greater isolation. Personalization and differentiation is important. Social emotional learning, and we want to stay aware of our career and technical goals and technology planning for innovation. So in February, when you see the budget, you're going to see things in there that we believe will help us to meet the academic needs of students, have a focus on social and emotional, maintain our athletic teams and extracurricular programs because students have lost out on so much, and we do believe it will support those social and emotional needs and our school culture and climate. And then we just have to keep reminding ourselves and everyone that we are preparing and working towards our 2025 NEASC accreditation. And with that, that's the end. And a chance for people to ask questions.
All right, so we'll open it up for board member for questions. I will try to time box this due to the hour. And we have plenty more on budget coming up in February. So if people have some initial questions.
Oh, Julie, thank you. That was a really thorough presentation. And I'm sorry that it was at the end of the night. That really should have been earlier in the evening.
Great.
My God.
Yeah, we will send this out, right? So the board members can look over these numbers a little with fresher eyes. But
there was a lot in there. I feel, yeah.
I've got to make adjustment here to my tiles so I can see everybody for board members for questions. I guess my question would be the thinking behind why we can't do like in languages and a couple. I didn't write the slide down, but where we were saying, we thought we could do a 0.2 and now we don't think we can, even with like a 6 student decline. What is the logic in thinking there that we can't take that out even with a 6-person decline?
So Ted, you asked about world language specifically?
Yeah, there were a couple in there that, we originally said we thought we'd be higher, but now we're going to be lower because we can't take 3 or 4 different sections. I think there are a couple of language ones in there.
Yeah, so in looking at French, right? So you have to look at each world language on its own. We actually ended up adding a 0.2 FTE going into this year, and it's how the students are again, distributed among all of the different levels. And already we often teach 2 levels together. So you might have an honors French 5 and a French 5 being taught in the same classroom so that you don't have a 7 and a 5, right? So you'll have 12 or you'll have a 9, right? So you can bring that class size above 15 if possible. But there are many, many levels, and it's something that we are looking at. There are many, many levels within the world languages. So within French, within Spanish, so they have advanced, they have honors, right? You have the AP. And so it's just how those numbers right now are looking like they're coming together to create those sections. It's still possible. It might be when we get the student registration information, it might fall out where we're able to do those combinations in a way that's sound for teaching the curriculum. We wouldn't want to put more than 2 levels together, So it still might be possible that we'll be able to do that. We just didn't have the same degree of confidence that we would be able to, and so felt more comfortable putting no change than putting the -0.2. And that's the same in Spanish. The one other thing just to share is it is also that 50 credit requirement. So we will be having in some form, and this will be brought to the Board of Education Curriculum Committee, how we will be helping those students who have not previously taken world language get their world language requirement. And so we're looking at that, and we want to share our ideas with the curriculum committee. And that will impact in some areas whether or not it gets absorbed or whether it's its own section, Todd. So in that way, you might not see a reduction where otherwise, if we weren't trying to meet that graduation requirement, you might have seen a 0.2 reduction. And again, you still might.
Okay. And that's kind of where I was thinking, in particular in those languages where we've got to, more kids now have to take language, therefore we can't make reductions that we had planned 2 years ago.
Yep.
All right, other board member questions? And again, we'll dive into this more in the budget workshops coming up, and we'll have student and teacher projections as well.
Yeah, I just have one question on the projections, the Prouder projections. I wasn't quite sure where we were going with that. Obviously, they're forecasting trends, so there's going to be some variability with that. But if you look at the Prouder 2013 report and you look at the 2020, he's off by a few students. What happens is, the conditions change, trends change. And when you look at, I guess for those on the board that have stockbrokers, they're probably really good, giving you advice for this year and going into the following year a little bit. But you start asking them how you're going to do 3-4 years out, it gets really wonky. There's no way to guess that. There's no way for Prouder to have forecast the pandemic, and there's no way for when the trend changes, the housing market is down, it's down, then all of a sudden it blossoms and it goes up. And so that initial boom can never be predicted. But as far as, year to year accuracy, he's been pretty much spot on. I don't know why we're, and we don't actually budget 3 years out anyway. I mean, I know the budget committee asked to look at those, trends again for, a trend for the school district as what, how they would deal with the decline in enrollment, going 3 years out. But we budget year to year based on the Prouder numbers, and they've been pretty much spot on.
Yeah, Mike, right. When he's a year out, for the most part, he isn't off by too many, right? All we were trying to highlight here is, since we are providing you FTE reductions, which comes down to, in some cases, a single section of a course, when we're projecting 3 years out for you, and when I look at a graph like, and I'm sorry, that just moved, and like this one here for the 2019-2020 year, 3 years prior, he was off by 61. So as long as it's just a caution to all of us that we just provided you a projection that it's possible 3 years from now, we'll be able to reduce by 3 FTE. I have no idea what that projection will look like for you next year. If he brings us up 50 students, we're not going to see that reduction. If he brings us down another 50 students, you're going to see a lot more. So it's just for everyone to realize that we're using this with a level of a request for accuracy down to, when we are offering 515 courses, 50 students or changing by 24 students is going to affect that. And looking where they're distributed among the 4 grade levels is going to affect that. So that's all that was meant to show, is we're using it again. We're using it in this very, very finite, very small way, when he's trying to say to us, I'm giving you these projections so you know how big your building needs to be, by and large, right?
Karen?
Yeah, I was just going to say to Mike's point, honestly, 3 years out being 61 students, that's not that accurate. I mean, year to year, it's a much easier projection because you're looking at the 1 year behind. That's not that difficult. But if we're asking him to predict in advance and he was that far off, that's not that close.
And I don't want to get into a debate, but if you go back and you look at all the previous Prouder reports, his accuracy rate is amazing. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know where that 61 comes from 3 years prior. I'd have to go back and look at that and see what numbers we're using. I don't even know when we talk about numbers that come from December. Numbers never come, they always come from October when we report to the state. That's the number we use every year because you report to the state in October. So if he's giving us numbers in December, we shouldn't be using them. We should be using October.
Well,
Mike,
Mike, we're using December numbers because there was, I'll say, a multitude of simple and serious errors in his October report. So I asked him to redo it because the list of errors exceeded a page. And it was not like double space page. It was pretty extensive. So, and I've dealt with Dr. Prada in the past. They were just too much to deal with. So we didn't want to rely on those numbers. So I asked him to redo it and to check his work. Julie was kind enough to detail all the errors or concerns, and he redid it for us in December. That's why you have December numbers, because the October numbers we did not feel comfortable relying on.
No, I appreciate that. And there's a lot of data in the report. I guess I'm just saying last year he predicted 831 and we had 829. So it's pretty close.
Right. Mike, and a year out, he is close. Okay, a year out, he is close. But all these slides are pointing to when you start to go 2 and 3 and 4 years, he's not off in most cases by just a couple. And he's both low and he's high. So it's hard for us to know even sometimes in which direction he's headed.
No, I understand, but we don't do 3-year budgets. We do 1 year.
Right. But the 2 year and 3 year is more directional for us. And I think we all realize that, yeah, that's like any projection, right? It's going to go up and down, and whatever he did right now, to Mike's point, it's going to totally be off based on, people moving into the communities, here recently with COVID. So numbers are going to be pretty suspect even next year. So.
Right. But thank you for the presentation. There was a lot of useful information in there.
Yes, very helpful, and we'll make sure we get it out to the board members so they can look at it before the February budget session. But thank you for that. It's a lot of good information and numbers, and would like to look at it again with not quite so bloodshot eyes. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying late and doing that. All right. Any other questions? So we're going to move on. We have a few more items we're going to plow through here. All right. And hopefully these next few will be a little bit shorter. I think we have a little bit of discussion here on item D, the new item D, parking fees for semester 2. Dr. Pinn, I'll turn it back to you. I think we have a handout on this one.
You do. If you'd like me to share my screen, or if you want to put it up on your screen, I could do either.
Yeah, I can. Hold on. I think I can get it. I'm gonna find the right report here. Just give me 1 minute. If you want to start talking,
I will. So basically what we're asking the board, or inviting the board to do, is to jump down to where it says decisions to be made. We're looking at a second semester parking fee, and the decision is, do we collect another $75 for the second semester parking fee to cover budget offsets? Or do we absorb the deficit caused by the reduced fee? And we ask Clarence to once again go to our budget and try to find that budget shortfall. So those are the decisions that we would ask to be made. But let me back you up into where we are at with this document that you're looking at right now. So the historical context is that revenue from the sale of parking goes into our operating budget. We have outlined, and you've actually seen that graph before, I think it was back in August of 2020, when the board decided to reduce the first semester parking fee to $75. We normally charge $150 for a parking pass for the year. And we gave you the exact budget lines that the parking fee goes into. So you could see that adjustments have been made since 2017 to account for declining enrollment. And this year we were expecting to offset the budget by $30,000. You could see the context of how many parking spaces we have available in our upper lot, and our lower lot, and our stadium parking. And then in that second table, you could see as of what we were projecting, which was with a fee of $75. If we sold 200 permits, we would be able to offset by $15,000. 16,125, and then if we sold 230 permits, 17,250. So the update is, as of right now, we have sold a total of 170 passes, and we've collected $12,750. So we are able to offset the $30,000 we were hoping to offset, but we have a budget deficit right now of $17,250. So the decision to be made is, do we collect another $75 for second semester parking fees, or do we waive that and just have the $75 parking fee for the year, knowing that this is COVID and students have been in and out? If we don't collect $75 for a second semester parking fee, we would have to go back into the budget and find another $17,250 to offset the $30,000 that we were hoping to collect. So I think I spoke coherently, but it is very late. And you have those numbers in front of you. And so I think that is, and Jen and Julie, you can weigh in if I didn't represent that correctly, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer it. But those are that's the decision we're looking for, is how you would like us to handle parking permits for semester 2.
And that number probably will be around $10,000, maybe $10,000 to $12,000, with selling at 75 for the remainder of the year. So that's where it is right now, but we'll sell more passes.
So we'll have the 170 will renew, and we'll add some more, is what you're thinking, or we're going to drop from the 170 or net out?
Well, that's
hard to predict, but
that's the question, right? So, the students are going to say, we have not parked on campus for a good portion of first semester. I would like prorated because I purchased on November, whatever, and I have yet to be in the building. And so there, the implementation has some issues. Regardless of what the board decides, we'll make it work. So we can go ahead and say, hey, everyone, if you bought by this particular date, and we'd have to determine a date, we need another 75. And then again, we usually, if people are buying in March, you're not parking the full year.
I think what Jen was trying to say is we still have students purchasing passes.
Correct.
So
Yes.
there's been a lot of students since we returned from the holiday recess who've been coming in. They were able to secure their driver's license during the time we were all out. And there may be students who even February, March now return from cohort C perhaps, or and would like to park on campus. So the highest the budget deficit would be 17,250, but we see that going down. It's just hard to predict how many more passes we would sell at the $75 to draw that down.
So if a student buys a parking pass now, they're still paying $75.
Correct.
And I thought that when we decided this in the fall, when we decided to charge them only $75, it was because they would be parking on campus only 2 days a week if we were in hybrid.
That's correct, but we were asked to come back to the board that their decision was only made for one semester. And
Right,
so
but then we
we're
would-
asked to come back and make a decision for the second semester, correct?
But now that we're considering going back full time, they'd be parking every day. And some kids would be just parking for this semester, so they wouldn't have to pay a back fee. They just pay the one fee. Whereas in previous years, if you got your license in March, you would pay the full fee, regardless of when you get the pass.
Usually around February 15th, March 1st, maybe March 1st, we usually would drop the price of the pass in half because they were only parking for a quarter of the year. So it was usually after the winter events and all of the snow plowing, we could feel confident that was probably behind us, that we would confirm that date. And they would only pay $75 for that last piece of the school year.
All right. Board members, any other thoughts on this? Clearly we need to make a decision if we want to charge 75 for the second half or not charge anything for the second half. Charge everybody again.
I'll share my view on this, and probably perhaps as a little bit of view with respect to being a parent of a senior and a sophomore. So I think just from a parity perspective, it might be better to just charge the flat fee for 75 for the entire year. And the rationale for that is because of the example that Jen and Julie just described in that you could have just had a new driver just pay the 75 now. And then you have an old driver that paid a fee for the whole year that now has to pay 150 when she or he probably didn't even use the lot at all or half of the time. And then you throw in things like anomalies like, well, I'm in cohort C, but I'm in cohort D and I'm in cohort A to B. And then you get into this situation where, good for the staff that's actually trying to calculate this to come up with prorated amounts for every single case of the, 200 some odd kids that are probably less than what we've had in the past. So between complexity and parity and the timing in which we get our license, my view would just be you pay a flat $75 fee for the year and that's it. And hopefully Clarence can find the allocated money elsewhere.
I agree.
I agree with Cheryl to a degree. I think we probably have to also do something because if we're going to sell additional passes for who aren't parking there now, then it's difficult because other kids paid $75 and you're going to give them, you're either going to charge them 75 or you're going to give it free the rest of the year. So I would probably say charge, someone who wants a parking pass now, like $25 for the rest of the year. If they don't have a parking pass already, something that makes it a little bit fairer to those kids that paid 75, that they didn't pay 75. And then, a bunch of students can come in second half and not pay anything. But it's certainly a challenging situation. I feel for the students because they're not, they haven't really parked, for as many days as normally when we charge them the 150. I will reinforce that I think that we should offset it from snow plowing and not salaries. I always wonder why we do that. It just seems so weird that we offset salary. Like just the snow plowing is more than we get for the parking fee. Just offset it from the parking fees. I don't understand that, but I guess that's a moot point at this point. But we have to make a decision, and I think ordinarily one of the reasons that we have given in the past for the cost of the parking pass, which many students and parents have complained is kind of high, even though some schools charge more, some charge less. But the philosophy of past boards has been that we have buses for all the students, and if you want to drive, there's maintenance of the parking lots and the staff that's associated with it, and there's a cost associated with that, and so that was what the fee was for. But you know, I don't know. That's for another night. I would say, again, I would favor free for the rest of the year, but I would also feel like we might need to do something for new students that don't already have passes, and I don't know.
Mike, so just for clarification, as I understand it, I think that our practice of requiring a student to pay the fee
Mm-hmm.
for someone who does not yet have a parking pass, they would still be paying $75 to secure that parking pass.
So
And-
Yeah, I thought Cheryl was saying also that everyone, it would just be $75 flat for everyone.
So if you've already paid your 75, you're good for the rest of the year. If you haven't paid, you need to pay 75 to get your sticker.
And
And then we just need to make a determination, like if past practice has been in March or April, we're not going to charge them 150 or 75. We'll charge them something less for those last 2 months or whatever, which has been past practice. So if you have a permit right now, you're good. If you don't have one, $75, I think is
Right.
Yeah.
So half the kids might have paid 75 for the full year, and the kids who jump in the end will pay 75 for half a year.
Yeah, but that's a function of their birth date or when they get a license or when they get a vehicle, and it's a license, right?
And it's
You
also
pay your driver's license fee, same number.
Yeah, and as somebody that just has a
full year weren't there for the full year, so they've also paid for way more than, hasn't been a full year for anybody.
Exactly. And I just personally went through this situation with my senior that got the license, and we're paying 75 right now instead of 150. So I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
all year we'd pay 150 at this point. So
That's correct.
That's fine then.
So I guess it looks like we're kind of in agreement. That if you have a permit already, you're paid for through the end of the year. If you don't have one, you need to pay the 75 to get it. And then are we leaving it to discretion for the administration? Past as we get into the second semester, later into those months to make adjustments, based on if somebody's coming in, in May, we're not going to charge them 75.
Why not? If we're charging, I don't know. I'm just saying, what's the rationale?
It's up for discussion. I'm not
75 or it's not. I mean, I don't know. I think we get into trouble when we change it. I don't know.
It has been our past practice to reduce the fee, as Jen and Julie said.
But you started with a higher fee.
We did start with a higher fee.
Right. So there could be a minimum charge.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be said that this is a minimum charge, and fees were less this year due to pandemic, due to whatever, but this is our minimum charge and we just don't go below it.
Thank you, Attorney Williams.
What was the estimate that Jen had given of how many more we may sell?
We pick up a lot of juniors. So we only have 46 permits right now to juniors, 124 to seniors. So maybe we might get another 60. I don't know if we get quite 100 passes.
Another 60?
That would be a conservative estimate, do you think, Jen and Julie? About that?
Conservative.
Mhm.
People are actually going for driving tests again. That's another piece of this. We had a backlog of people getting licenses.
I think 46 is low for juniors at this time of year to have parked. I think normally we have a little more, but we get more juniors that are licensed, and then they also have to have access to a car.
So then we're looking at a shortfall of like 12,750 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was leaning towards 12,000, Mike.
Right.
As long as we can sell all those spots. We can get under 10 if we're good, if we really market. We get kids in the building.
That's right. All right. So it sounds like we've got consensus on you've paid your 75, you're good for the rest of the year. If you haven't, it's 75. No discount. It's 75
fee.
for the rest of the year.
Mhm.
And we can revisit this again outside the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
Because it does sound like, we do need to look at it on a couple of levels. I think, again, I can't remember where we go with the budget lines on this. I thought we had moved it, but and then just overall, do we still charge a fee, and what's the fee? So we can revisit it later.
So we're planning the budget would go back to pre-COVID expenses.
Yes, to the 150.
Right.
150, thank you for that, because that will play into our budgeting.
Yep.
Right. So, Mr. Zachary, are we okay for 12,750 on top of the other two things we did today?
Only
We will
one of
find
which
a
is
way.
budget relevant.
We will find a way. I have to go drill down, but we will find a way.
All right, excellent.
So it would be helpful, as Todd had detailed before, if maybe at our next meeting or whatever, if you could give us a breakdown of where that money would come from, just to make sure that we know where it's coming from and what effects it has.
We'll show a roadmap of tos and froms and make sure we understand where it's coming from and going to, and make sure you're comfortable with it.
Excellent. The good news is snow plowing is under, so that's good.
Let's hope it stays that way.
One-time fee. If they get the contract.
All right. So let's move on. Not jinxing. Not gonna worry. Here we go. All right. Next item. This is item D. CSDE authorized signers of the ED 099 agreement for child nutrition programs. I'm not sure who's got this one.
That just allows me to sign the forms for the state for child nutrition. Right now, Dr. Harrison is the only signer, so we need to relieve that off his plate and designate me. We've done this in the other two districts already. Yours is sort of last because of the schedule. So this just allows me to sign the forms and keep our food service program active.
So I'll make a motion to authorize Clarence Zachary to be an authorized signer of CSDE of the ED 099 agreement for programs. If I'm reading that right. It's kind of
Child nutrition programs.
Oh, I got that part cut off. So, okay, yeah, child nutrition program. Sorry.
All right.
I
There's a
can't.
motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Cheryl.
Second, Cheryl. All right. Any further discussion? No. All in favor? Aye. All right. It's unanimous. Everybody's still with us. So 8-0
Thank you.
passes unanimously.
We're fading, Todd. We're
I know,
fading.
I'm moving.
Gotta
All
tell
right.
you, we're fading.
All right. Well, we'll keep this next item, F, board member perspectives for budget planning. We put this on every year. And again, at the late hour, I'm just going to open it up instead of going around to each board member. We normally, at this time before we get into the budget workshop, allow board members to provide any guidance. In some years, we've actually thrown out percentage numbers. Others, it's just been directional guidance. So I wanted to put this on the agenda. Again, we'll keep it short, so hopefully nobody's got lots of opinions on the budget yet until we get into the budget workshop and we can talk through them in more detail. But if anybody has any board members have any comments or directional sharing or thoughts they want to provide to the administration before they bring us into the budget session in February, now is your time. So I'll open it up to board members. And if there are no comments, we'll move along.
I got one.
All right.
I'm not going to give a number and go into that, but what I will say is this. Please be mindful of the fact that Region 9 will have essentially 3 meetings to formulate a budget. We are not like the K-8 districts that will get 3 months to formulate a budget. We get our first look at our budget in February, and then we will get 2 budget workshops in March. Usually by the second one, we're close and we usually have a budget, but I guess technically we could go to that final our March meeting, which is a week later. But essentially, we have 3 meetings to formulate a budget. So we do not have the luxury of adding in everything that we've reduced over the past 5 years, reconsidering it all and trying to whittle it down from there. We will end up where we'll be, till 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 nights in a row, and we're just beating our heads against the wall. So I would say that obviously we're very much interested in the needs of our students, and please put in the items that our students are going to need to be successful. But please be mindful that requests that we're eventually going to take out are probably detrimental to the process and will make it harder for us to get where we need to be in the end.
All right, other board members? So a short runway.
That's it. It's like landing on the boat, right? It's like.
All right, other board members, any thoughts, comments you want to share? Percentages? I'm glad we don't do that much anymore. All right. With that being said, then, or not being said, we'll look forward to first round budget presentations and workshop coming up at the next meetings. All right. And we will move forward into item number 8, public comment. And there are still a few members of the public hanging on. So thank you all very much for staying late and listening through. And if you want to speak, raise your hand or wave in your window. We'll unmute you. Please announce yourself, name and address, and try to keep your comments to 2 minutes or less. I will be timing at the hour that we're at right now. And it looks like Alexis Bennett, I think, is the first one that I see. Go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead.
Hi, Alexis Bennett. I joined the meeting this evening to learn about the plans for All In for Barlow, but when I heard the discussion on DBT, I became very interested. I have 2 very good friends who are MSWs in North Carolina and teach DBT. They taught me some coping skills just because I found it interesting. So I joined a group here with Leslie Cohen-Newberry, who's a therapist in town. And I have to tell you, it was life-changing. I joined just because I found it interesting and thought I could help my kids with maybe stress or anxiety. But the skills that I learned to help not only myself, but my children, friends, my husband, who's an employer, were so beneficial. And Leslie had mentioned that she thought that this should be integrated into schools, especially into high schools. And I completely agree. I think Westport was starting to do it a couple of years ago. But DBT is it's so important. And you not only learn coping skills, but interpersonal skills, emotion regulation, anxiety, stress, loneliness. It helps you in all areas, how to manage impulsive behaviors. And I think it would be very beneficial to integrate it into the schools if we can somehow. And I stayed on that late just to.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for staying on late and sharing that comment. Thank you.
Can you say your address before you go?
Sure. It's 24 Gallows Hill Road in Reading. I have 3 children, and I've one at John Reed, one at RES, and one at Barlow. And all of the parents I talk to are hoping to be all in and staying all in if the data allows it. And the kids really want to be in too. So thank you for working on this, and thank you for everything you guys have been doing. I'm sure it's a ton of work and very stressful.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any other members from the public like to speak? Again, wave your hand and make sure or raise the hand symbol. I don't see anyone else. All right. Seeing no one else, then we'll move on to item 9, board member comment. Any final thoughts from any of the board members? All right. Very good. Then we'll move on to item 10, adjournment. We have a motion to adjourn before it's midnight.
adjourn.
All right, I have a motion from Karen to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Maureen. I won't even bring up for discussion. We'll just vote. So all in favor? Aye. Very good. It's unanimous. We are adjourned at 11:38. Thank you again, everyone, for staying late and all the conversation and items. It was very good discussion this evening. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Night, everybody.
Good night.